We have found a way around it, and this is why we are here today, having a hybrid of the physical as well as the virtual. It's my honor and privilege to inform all our members that right here in the studio, we already have some of our very distinguished personalities, resource persons, top-rate officers of the council and members who have come maintaining social distancing in this very auditorium. And of course, online, we have so many of our members who could not have the privilege of being here because of what is happening around. But they have started to hook on onto us with a very great delight from us. So we want to appreciate you for keying in. And my role is to set the ground rules for this conference, particularly for those of us that are hooking up virtually. At whatever point, especially at the plenary session, that you need to talk, please, you could indicate either by pressing the icon of the hand, or you try as much as possible to type your question. You will be appropriately recognized and you make your short and crisp input. I am most delighted this morning, ladies and gentlemen, to inform all our members and guests out there that we have seated here in the studio the President of the Nigerian Council of Registered Insurance Brokers, a woman of distinction and class, and a first-class professional, Dr. Mrs. Bola Onigbogi. A round of applause for her, for those of us that are in the studio. The President, Ma, you're welcome. Incidentally, under our leadership, the Council has continued to take monumental strides in our two focal points, focal vision of image projection and strategic engagement, a testimonial of what we are witnessing here today. Thank you, President. I have the Deputy President of our Council in the studio. He is Mr. Rotimi Edu, a barrister at law, MNI, is here with us. Thank you, ma'am. I have the Vice President of our Council, Mr. Babatunde Oguntade, here with us. Mr. Oguntade, you're welcome. Permit me, ladies and gentlemen, to inform all our members that we have the first female president of our council, who incidentally is in the studio today. She is a barrister at law, Mrs. Laide Oshijo. And of course, I have a distinguished woman here today who at the plenary session is going to chair the paper of our lead paper presenter. She is Mrs. Bimbo Onakumaya, the Managing Director and Chief Executive Officer of Peak Trust Insurance Brokers Limited. Madam, you're welcome, ma'am. My honor and privilege it is to introduce the Executive Secretary and CEO of the NCRIB, Mr. Fattah Adegbero. You're welcome, sir. And please permit me to say that we already have online the Commissioner for Insurance Nigeria, Mr. O.S. Thomas. Please, can you show his face so that he can probably wave at us? You can see our very dynamic Commissioner for Insurance. We appreciate you and appreciate your leadership and tenure very well. Permit me to also say that we should by now have on the loop the lead paper presenter, a man that in my own conception is a white man, but with a black spirit. He is Mr. Steve White, the Chief Executive of British Insurance Brokers Association. Please, can you also permit us to see his face, if it's possible, because I'm sure that he has hooked on. Oh, wow. Thank you, Steve. You're welcome. So lovely to see you in our studio here without having to travel to London. I like to recognize and believe that he's on the loop. His Imperial Majesty, one of the brand ambassadors of our own council, a very vibrant royal father, in the mold of His Imperial Majesty Oba Adeyeye Ogunwusi, the Ooni of Ife, the Ojaja II. Is a word is going to join us shortly. Thank you, Kabiyesi. Can I also say that very shortly we will have the honor of having His Excellency, the Executive Governor of Osun State of Nigeria, His Excellency Alhaji Gboyega Oyetola, who incidentally is an insurance professional and a distinguished fellow of the Nigerian Council of Registered Insurance Brokers. As soon as His Excellency is on, we put him on to see everyone. I think the role of recognitions, as we have more on the loop, we would not suffer you to have their names. Thank you very much. And for those of us that are here, I can't go over your names one after the other. All our distinguished board members, we appreciate you. Thank you for your presence. Our sponsors, we want to appreciate you. Tangerine Life, we thank you for being with us. And our exhibitors, we also appreciate you. At the appropriate time, we will be coming to you. But right away, ladies and gentlemen, may I, at this point, request that we may be seated where we are, and let's just commit this program into the hand of the Almighty God in line with the persuasion of our faith. We may bow down our hearts or bow down our heads, whichever is convenient for us. Let's talk to the Almighty God. Let's appreciate Him for the gift of life. Let's commit today into His very mighty hands. And thank Him again. From me and my faith, I say in Jesus' name, amen. Right away, ladies and gentlemen, I will yield the floor for the second female president of our council to come and set the tone of this very great conference by way of a welcome address. Dr. Mrs. Bola Onigbogi, FCIB.
Good morning, all. Your Excellency, the Executive Governor of Osun State, Alhaji Gboyega Oyetola, FCIB, Honorable Darlington Nwokocha, the Chairman, House Committee on Insurance and Actuarial Matters, Royal Father of the Day, the Ooni of Ife, Imperial Majesty Oba Adeyeye Ogunwusi, our Royal Father, Sultan of Sokoto, Alhaji Sahad Abubakar, our own Commissioner for Insurance, Mr. O.S. Thomas, our guest speaker, Chief Executive Officer of BIBA, Mr. Steve White, our guest speaker, Company Secretary, Filson Healthcare, Mr. Yomi Adebanjo, distinguished members of the NCRIB Governing Board here present, the CEOs of all insurance companies, my distinguished colleagues, gentlemen of the press, ladies and gentlemen. It gives me great pleasure to welcome my professional colleagues, the special guests of honor, and delegates to the 2020 National Insurance Brokers Conference, an exhibition of the Nigerian Council of Registered Insurance Brokers. Incidentally, this is the first conference of the Council in its over 58 years of existence that will be held hybrid of physical and virtual. Little thanks to the invisible, vicious enemy, COVID-19, that have suddenly changed global narratives. It is also the first conference I will preside over as the President and Chairman Governing Board of our great council. Since my emergence as the 20th President of this great council, I would like to use this opportunity to appreciate Almighty God who spared our lives to be among the participants of the 2020 conference. Honestly, the news around the world about COVID-19 was seriously scary and frightening. In Nigeria, we were so fortunate to have it mild. Other nations of the world were not as that fortunate. Our heartfelt condolences to victims of the unfortunate virus that had negatively affected all facets of activities across the world. While we are not unmindful of the special grace of God that the rest of us who survived the pandemic had received, I must confess that the effect will live with us for a very long time. Definitely, the handwriting is very clear on the wall as business owners have started counting their losses in multiple folds. I'm appealing to my professional colleagues to brace up to the challenge posed to business and the professions through the pandemic as a way of staying afloat. Let me also appreciate the staunch support that the current management team of the council received from distinguished professional colleagues and other stakeholders in the last 1 year. Particularly, I like to appreciate our past presidents, living ancestors of our council, members of the governing board, all area committee members, and most importantly, the management committee for their cooperation and support, which remain a source of encouragement thus far. We can only covet more of such cooperation in the year ahead to ensure that we deliver on our mandate of office. Assuredly, this year's conference will be an informative, productive, and enjoyable event. We have carefully chosen relevant themes and speakers with subject matter of discourse that will meet the present need of every business owner and professionals. At a time like this, that most organizations are only struggling to survive, we must be seen remaining afloat. As you know, the theme for this year's conference is Rebuilding Institutions Post-COVID-19. This topic is more apt now than ever before, considering the need for all professionals to have hands-on knowledge and building business institutions that will outlive them post-COVID and in life generally. It is believed that the choice of Mr. Steve, the Chief Executive Officer of British Insurance Brokers Association, BIBA, is quite apt, considering his pivotal place and position as one of the driving force behind UK's leading general insurance organization, representing the interests of insurance brokers, intermediaries, and their customers. We are happy to have you join us virtually. We appreciate you. It leads an organization with membership strength that includes just little fewer than 2,000 regulated firms with their different challenges. It is my hope that delegates will have a swell time listening to him. In addition, ladies and gentlemen, we have also carefully chosen a sub-theme titled Dissecting Karma 2020 to enlighten all delegates on the nitty-gritty of the recently released karma by the presidency as it relates to managing insurance business. President Muhammadu Buhari assented to the Companies and Allied Matters karma to strengthen institutions by promoting good corporate governance, which is in alignment with the focus of the theme of the conference. I'm so much persuaded that dissecting the act will further close the knowledge gap in the understanding of this crucial aspect of business and professional operations. Experience will be drawn from the speaker, Mr. Yomi Adebanjo, FCIS, Company Secretary of Fitson Healthcare. Conference virtually, you will endeavor not to miss any aspects of this exciting discourse. At the end of the conference, it is expected that the Council will issue a communique that will be presented to the Nigerian insurance industry. Interestingly, the Commissioner for Insurance, Mr. O.S. Thomas, is here with us virtually, and I believe he will be attending the conference fully in spite of his busy schedule. May I respectfully appreciate the Executive Governor of Osun State, Alhaji Gboyega Oyetola, FCIB, who is one of us, for his support to the profession he belongs to. Your Excellency, your staunch support for the current administration at NCRIB is duly recognized. Also, I cannot forget to appreciate the chairman, the chairman, Senator Uba Sani, the chairman, Senate Committee on Banking, Insurance, and Other Financial Institutions, and his counterpart at the House of Representatives, Honorable Darlington Nwokocha, Chairman, House Committee on Insurance and Actuarial Matters. They have also offered to join this conference virtually in spite of their busy schedule. Once again, I welcome you all and wish you a delightful event. God bless you all.
Thank you very much, President. We appreciate your very robust welcome speech. Right away, ladies and gentlemen, I would appreciate if the Commissioner for Insurance Nigeria, a man under whose dynamic, foresighted, and pragmatic leadership has continued to oil the wheel of progress of the insurance industry in our federation, Mr. O.S. Thomas. Please, can we put him on? The Commissioner, sir.
Thank you very much, the MC. The President and Chairman in Council, the NCRIB, Dr. Mrs. Bola Onegugi. Your Excellency, the Governor of Osun State, Your Royal Highness, the Ooni of Ife, Our Royal Highness, the Sultan of Sokoto, elders of our noble profession, industry practitioners. Sorry, I will not escape penalty if I don't remember the legislators that have keyed in from their different locations. I apologize for this. And at this point, I also want to acknowledge the presence of the Chairman, Senate Committee on Finance and Non-Banking Financial Institutions, Senator Uba Sani, my own chairman, and also the Chairman of the House of Representatives Committee on Insurance and Actuarial Matters, Honorable Darlington Nwokocha, my chairman. Industry practitioners, the press, ladies and gentlemen. I want to first thank the Almighty God that we are able to come together again, at least a hybrid of both physical presence and virtual attendance at this year's conference. On behalf of the governing board, the management and staff of the National Insurance Commission, I want to congratulate the Nigerian Council of Registered Insurance Brokers on this occasion of the 2020 National Insurance Brokers Conference and Exhibitions. It is quite heartwarming that out of the 6 months, the past 6 months, when we all have been locked out of visible practices, we are able to come out to discuss and deliberate on issues that affect our profession and the economy of our nation. The issue of the lockdown caused by COVID-19 pandemic started like an ordinary public holiday until when the restriction on movements became a national issue. The social economic impact of COVID-19 pandemic on individuals, organizations, institutions, nations, and the entire world cannot be overemphasized. The most challenging of COVID-19 pandemic is the various conditions of unknown which we are presently living with. And by this, I mean, the duration of the pandemic is not yet known. As I speak right now, there are nations that are still grappling with the effects of the pandemic. The severity is still being imagined. The economic impact is not yet fully known. We are only estimating. And the social impact is yet to be ascertained. These are some of the things that COVID-19 is leaving us with. However, I will say that the pandemic has brought so many challenges that we as human beings will need to resolve. Of course, the one of concern is the disruption in the supply chain in the business world. There's also a shift from bricks and mortar to retail, bricks and mortar retail to e-commerce. It has its positive and also it has its negative side, especially for a business like insurance that we are still impressing in the hearts of the people. There's also the increase in cyber risk, and the need for cyber security has become of necessity. Ladies and gentlemen, with respect to the insurance business, how then do we recover from the impact of COVID-19 and insert the process of rebuilding institutions that will guarantee business sustainability? Before I go into this, I recognize that mine is just to give a goodwill message. And I know that erudite scholars have been well selected to both deliver and discuss papers, but for me to just mention the theme of this conference. To sustain our business, to rebuild institutions and have a guaranteed business sustainability, in my opinion, there is the urgent need to consider our sales strategy, shifting from predominantly physical products distribution to at least a hybrid of physical and digital distribution systems. The industry will, as a matter of urgency, need to review its policy terms and conditions that will be consistent with the current realities. There is the need for increase in the development and the deployment of enhanced technology in service delivery. Of course, I cannot but speak of the need to compete on service delivery and not on price. Human resources, the most important of all resources for production, requires extensive, deliberate human capital development. We need to now, because the need to practice in this profession has shifted. The Commission, however, is determined to support the market through effective regulatory oversight, focus more on market development activities, and improve service delivery to all operators. I will employ members of the brokers fraternity to take advantage of the various government initiatives and also those of NICOM. And by this, I mean our ongoing consolidation programs, the extended 2-year license renewal cycle, the digital reporting and filing of returns, wholesale awareness program that have been accepted by the Commission, and all other initiatives that will assist to deepen our market. Mrs. President, members of the Insurance Brokers Fraternity, our invited distinguished guests, the press, in concluding this goodwill message, I wish you great success at this year's conference. The commission, however, will be pleased to receive the resolutions of this conference for policy decisions. Thank you very much, and God bless.
Thank you very much, the Commissioner for Insurance Nigeria. Always a delight listening to you. We're still at the opening ceremony of this very great event, and we await the goodwill message of His Imperial Majesty Oba Adeyeye Ogunwusi Ooni of Ife. But because of the need to fast track, especially when you are engaging on the social media in view of his transiency, we would not have the benefit of having to wait at whatever convenient point that His Excellency, His Imperial Majesty, and any of our special guests who are linking up to give goodwill message come. We may deem it very, very proper to allow them to come in. Can I, at this point in time, invite the Deputy President of the NCRIB, Mr. Rotimi Eduemenai, to, for now, move an expression of thanks. Please, can the applause be better by those of us that are in-house?
Thank you, Mr. Daramola. Our dear President, Dr. Mrs. Bola Onigbugi. Okay. Before I move this vote, it has come to my knowledge that our royal father is now with us. That's the Oni of Ife. Kabiyesi, I welcome you, sir.
Thank you, His Imperial Majesty. We have indication, as said by Mr. Rotimi Edu, that you are already on the loop. His Imperial Majesty, the Ooni of Ife, Oba Adeyeye Ogunwusi, the Ojaja II. Sir, we're waiting for you to take the Royal Council as we move ahead. The Ooni of Ife, sir. Your Imperial Majesty, sir, please, could you unmute yourself? Could you unmute yourself, sir? And start to speak, sir. Actually, in the finest tradition of the Yoruba nation, at whatever point that the Ooni of Ife comes to an assignment, that's the effective time for the commencement of the program. So whatever time that the Ooni of Ife comes on, in line with the tradition of the Yoruba kingdom, that's the exact time that this program has started. Can it be unmuted from there? Yes, you have done that. Well, thank God for the prefatory remarks by the commissioner. A platform of this nature definitely have its own points of learning. The learning curves are there, and this is just part of it. But I can assure you that as soon as the Oni is here, we would have to break protocol a little bit to accommodate him. Mr. Edu, you have to continue, but I'm sure when the Oni comes, you will ask him. Thank you, sir.
Thank you very much, Mr. Daramola. Yes, just like I was saying earlier on, I'll reverse back again to pay courtesy and homage to our dear president in council, Dr. Mrs. Bola Onigbogi, FCIB, a woman of substance, a woman of achievements. We have seen that in so many things that were reeled out to us yesterday. On her behalf and the entire council member, I would like to express our sincere appreciation, first and foremost, to our big boss, and that is in person of the Commissioner of Insurance for the Federal Republic of Nigeria, a man that has been working assiduously day and night to ensure that this industry adds its own value to the GDP of our great nation. He has opened new channels, like you can hear from him, for insurance practitioners, just in the very little space of time that he took the mantle of office. We thank you very much, sir. And we thank you sincerely for coming on air this morning again to grace this occasion. We cannot but also thank, I will say in advance, because I'm sure that technology has its own shortcomings, and sooner than later we'll have all our invited guests, our Royal Highnesses and Imperial Majesties, and in particular, our fellow, His Excellency, the Governor of Osun State. All of them will still come back to give us their well wishes. We thank you for sparing time for us today. We thank you because we know that each time we call on you, you're always there for us. And we cannot but express our sincere appreciations for this gesture that you have always extended to us. Thank you very much, and may God bless you also.
Thank you very much, sir. Whilst I stepped aside, I have on good information that His Excellency, the Governor of Osun State, had been on the loop, but you know, in public service, you can never predict what your time will be. There's a call for him to be on the loop again for a national assignment in Abuja. So he has asked that, pass the message that if he's still able to link up, that he holds us in very great esteem and want to particularly relay His Excellency's message, appreciate the leadership of Dr. Mrs. Onigbogi as well as the council, and that he will always proudly be associated with the broking profession, which is his first constituency. That's from His Excellency. And the Oni of Ife also said that he's going to join, that 11 may look like the appropriate time for him to join. That's about 15 minutes from now. But be that as it may, ladies and gentlemen, I would so much appreciate at this point in time for us to move on. At whatever point it comes in, we would recognize and give him a space. Mr. Yomi Adebanjo, the second speaker, is here. We will be talking to us on dissecting KAMA 2020. Mr. Adebanjo, FCIS, is the company secretary of Fitson Healthcare PLC. Mr. Adebanjo, you are welcome, sir. And I already have in the house to moderate the paper of Mr. Steve White, a woman of distinction, a professional of every department of it, Mrs. Bimbo Onakumaya. Madam, thank you. I'm sure that Steve is on, and I would like her to set the tone for the presentation by the Chief Executive for BIBA, Mr. Steve White. Mrs. Onakumaya, please.
Good morning, everybody. May I recognize my president and council, the president of the NCRIB, Dr. Mrs. Bola Onigogi, FCIB, and thank her immensely for giving me this opportunity. I must also acknowledge the Commissioner for Insurance, Mr. O.S. Thomas. We thank you so much, sir. In addition to that, I acknowledge His Excellency Alhaji Gboyega Oyetola, the Executive Governor of Osun State, His Imperial Majesty, Oba Adeyeye Ogunwusi, the Oni of Ife, the Sultan of Sokoto, Alhaji Dr. Said Abubakar MNI, the Chairman of the House of Representative Committee on Insurance and Actuarial Matters, Honorable Darlington Nwokocha, the Chairman of the Senate Committee on Banking, Insurance, and Other Financial Institutions, Mr. Senator Obi Uba Sonny, my professional colleagues, members of the Governing Council of the NCRIB, of course, the gentlemen of the press, distinguished participants in this 2020 NCRIB conference, ladies and gentlemen. I'm highly honored to be the chairman of the session of the first paper to be presented at this conference by a highly distinguished professional and the Chief Executive Officer of the British Insurance Brokers Association, BIBA, Mr. Steve White. BIBA is the United Kingdom's leading general insurance organization, representing the interests of insurance brokers, intermediaries, and their customers. Mr. Steve White leads an organization with a membership strength that includes just under 2,000 regulated firms, having merged with the Institute of Insurance Brokers, IIB, in November 2011. Steve joined BIBA in 2004 and emerged as the Chief Executive of the association in 2013. He has spent over 35 years in the insurance industry, previously working at the Guardian Royal Exchange Group, the General Insurance Standards Council, and the Financial Services Authority, FSA. Steve has a detailed understanding of the application of FSA rules to insurance intermediaries and is a source of informed opinion on regulatory compliance issues. He was awarded the Compliance Personality of the Year Award at the prestigious Compliance Awards in 2010. It is noteworthy that BIBA, under the distinguished leadership of Steve White, organizes the largest insurance conference yearly, drawing participants from all over the world. Steve's knowledge of GI regulation and his enthusiasm for it in the broken market knows no bounds. Ladies and gentlemen, permit me to hand you over to Mr. Steve White to present his paper on the theme, Rebuilding Institutions. Steve, over to you. Thank you very much.
Your Excellency, honored guests, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. Let me start by thanking the Nigerian Council of Registered Insurance Brokers and your president, Dr. Mrs. Bola Onibogi, for their kind invitation to address you today and for your warm welcome. I'm delighted and honoured to have the chance to present to you today a paper entitled Rebuilding Institutions, where we will take a look at the critical factors for corporate entities to achieve sustainable growth. I will also share with you some thoughts on the steps businesses can consider as we all plot a path towards a new normal. Before kicking off, let me share a little background information with you. I am the Chief Executive Officer of the British Insurance Brokers Association, or BIBA for short, and have been for the past 7 years. BIBA is the largest trade association representing insurance brokers and intermediaries in the UK. BIBA membership includes, as you've heard, more than 1,800 regulated firms employing more than 100,000 staff. General insurance brokers contribute 1% of GDP to the UK economy. They arrange 67% of all general insurance, with a premium totaling some £66.5 billion sterling and 81% of all commercial insurance business. But that's enough about me and BIBA. Let's now focus on the subject in hand, rebuilding institutions. Many countries were facing deteriorating economic conditions prior to the COVID-19 pandemic, including Nigeria. Nigeria slipped into its first recession in 25 years in 2016. And since then, the growth in domestic GDP has remained below population expansion. The economy has started to show promising signs of recovery, but the pandemic will slow this progress. Nigeria is still dependent on oil, so the current crash in oil prices is adding to the lockdown effect, where people stop spending. The Nigerian government has projected a revenue flow from oil to decline from 5.5 trillion naira in 2020 to 1.1 trillion naira. So we have a sudden financial crisis in Nigeria, which is presenting some pretty immense economic challenges. Financial commentators suggest that the impact will be felt across all sectors, with retail and real estate highlighted as severely impacted. These financial commentators also point out the opportunities that now present themselves and the steps that your government are taking to help stimulate the economy. They cite 3 examples. Firstly, the fuel subsidy policy has been reversed, which should really help those on lower incomes. Secondly, talks on market-based tariffs for electricity are coming to fruition. These 2 government initiatives are evidence that decisions are starting to be made, which will potentially lead to much more investment and much more rapid, inclusive economic growth in Nigeria. And thirdly, the central bank is playing a leading role in driving credit to sectors with the capacity for local production, sectors that can source raw materials locally and meet local demands. So, having briefly considered some of the macroeconomic issues, let's turn our attention now to some critical factors for corporate entities to help them achieve sustainable growth. To help with this first section, I spoke to my friends at Deloitte, who pointed me to a very helpful paper produced by their team in Nigeria, which I will make reference to now. In the short term, institutions need to navigate this period of volatility and distress, and to do so, they should be proactive in assessing their capability to withstand further disruption from both an operational and financial standpoint. In order to navigate this volatility, there are 4 steps institutions can follow. Firstly, in relation to trading, reforecasting, and cash flows, institutions should test and challenge all assumptions, should ensure trading and cash flow forecasts are integrated, and then model a downside scenario to understand actual and potential needs. Secondly, review cash flow forecasts. Some institutions' cash flows have already been devastated as revenue has evaporated. institutions should review in detail their cash flow forecasts for the next few months and then identify what mitigating actions they can take to preserve cash in the short and medium term. Thirdly, institutions should understand the key terms, covenants, baskets of headroom, and flexibility in their banking and finance documents. And lastly, it is very important that they stay in regular communication with key stakeholders, including lenders and investors, in order to retain their confidence and support. In the medium term, working capital management could be challenging for institutions. They may experience their business being impacted by lower demand and run the risk of overstocking that could persist until production reduces or demand picks up. Customers are likely to delay payments to preserve cash, while suppliers may be desperate to be paid for shipped or ordered goods. And non-impacted counterparties may offer early payment discounts or factoring opportunities. Institutions should also assess the ability of their own affected operations to continue production and supply. Contingency plans should be made for alternative supply in the short and medium term, as and when required. Having focused heavily on financial matters, let's now reflect on some supply chain issues. And here I spoke to my friends at McKinsey's. Businesses are encouraged to respond to recent events on multiple fronts at once. Simultaneously, they must work to protect their workers' safety and safeguard their operational viability, which is increasingly under strain from a historic supply chain shock. There are 6 sets of issues that institutions need to address across the end-to-end supply chain. It goes without saying that these 6 steps should be undertaken in parallel with steps to support the existing workforce. Firstly, institutions should create transparency on multi-tier supply chains, establishing a list of critical components, determining the origin of supply, and also identifying alternative sources. This is started by the institution determining the critical components of its operations. Cataloguing components will help identify which come from high-risk areas, and steps can then be taken accordingly. It also helps the institution identify those components derived from multi-tier supply chains. Step 2 involves estimating available inventory along the value chain. This should include spare parts and after-sales stock for use as a bridge to keep production running and enable delivery to customers. It is recommended that this second step should run simultaneously to the transparency step we just spoke about. The third step requires institutions to assess realistic customer demand and respond to or possibly contain shortage buying behaviors of customers. A crisis may increase or decrease demand for particular products, which could make the estimation of realistic final customer demand harder and more important. It's important for institutions to question whether the demand signals they are receiving from their immediate customers, both short and medium term, are realistic, and that they reflect underlying uncertainties in the forecast. The institution should aim to create a demand-focused strategy, including defining the granularity and time horizon for the forecast to make risk-informed decisions in the process. With a strategy and effective monitoring in place, institutions should be able to question whether the demand signals they are receiving from their immediate customers are realistic and whether they reflect underlying uncertainties in the forecast. Institutions can also adopt more flexible contract terms to provide smaller yet more frequent orders, which may provide better outcomes for suppliers and their customers by smoothing peaks and troughs. Step 4 is about optimizing production and distribution capacity to ensure employee safety. This will help leaders understand current and projected levels in both the workforce and materials. The process for institutions here starts with considering employee safety, then moves on to scenario planning, where a determination should be made about which products offer the highest strategic value, taking into account, of course, the importance to health and human safety and the earnings potential, both today and into the medium future. The fifth step suggests that institutions should seek to identify and secure logistics capacity, estimating capacity and accelerating where possible, and being flexible on the mode of transportation where required. As institutions look to ramp up production and make up time in their value chains, they should look to pre-book logistics capacity to minimize exposure to potential cost increases. Collaborating with partners will be a valuable and sensible step to take. Maintaining a nimble approach to logistics management will be imperative in rapidly adapting to any situation or environmental changes. The final step, step 6, urges institutions to manage cash and net working capital by running stress tests to understand where supply chain issues will start to cause a financial impact. With these 6 steps completed, institutions can then focus their attention on making sure their supply chains are resilient for the future. Where supply chain management is very important for institutions, they should look to establish internally a supply chain risk function and use the outputs from the 6 steps we have discussed to form the basis of an oversight strategy. In addition, institutions will be well advised to take the learnings from the COVID crisis to consider their supply chain vulnerabilities and the shocks that could expose them, much as the crisis has. Now, if you're sat there thinking all this talk about institutions is fine, but what about financial services and insurance brokers in particular? Let me turn our attention to businesses closer to our hearts. The COVID pandemic and the resultant lockdown have caused insurance broking firms, large and small, to reassess some of the basic building blocks of their business operations. In a few minutes, I'll conclude my presentation by talking about a new normal. But before then, let us consider some of those basic building blocks and the key elements that insurance brokers are reflecting on as they search again for sustainable growth. Might I suggest that a key building block for businesses seeking sustainable growth will be developing a customer-centric strategy for the business. So what do we mean by customer-centric, and how can businesses create both the strategy and culture that puts customers at the center of its business thinking? Customer centricity is a business strategy that is based on putting your customers first and at the core of your business. Because without customers, you have no business. The aim of customer centricity is to provide a positive experience for the customer and the business, and to build long-term business relationships. Not only does focusing on the customer make sound business sense, but recent research by Deloitte and Touche found that companies that were customer-centric were 60% more profitable compared to companies that did not focus on customers. So what challenges do business face in becoming customer-centric? Following the economic downturn of the late noughties, it became clear that a power shift had occurred between brand and customer, as businesses witnessed customers becoming much more selective about which brand they choose to spend their money with. Experts agreed that the winning brands were the ones who treated their customers with respect, offered great service, and built lasting relationships with them. During that same period, another game changer took place: social media. Social media marketing exploded onto the scene, and mobile became a major part of the customer journey. Customers can now compare products and services in real time across multiple devices, which has presented a huge challenge for many brands. So the biggest challenges business face in achieving a truly customer-centric organization include creating data sources and analytics to study success, the business not developing a culture that aligns around customer needs, the organization being more focused on sales than on customers, and support functions not equipped to manage customer issues. For insurance brokers, let's take a quick look at some of the practical steps you could take to make your business more customer-centric. As a customer-centric business, you should aim to create products, policies, processes, and a culture that is designed to support your customers with a first-class experience. The first step recognizes that businesses that are committed to customer centricity are passionate and truly believe that the customer comes first. They believe that without the customer, they cannot succeed in business, and they try to see the world through the customer's eyes. Customer-centric businesses understand what customers want and use customer data to capture insights and share this across the business. Step 2 suggests that businesses that are committed to customer centricity focus on what the customer wants and needs and develops products and services around those. The third step is to focus on building relationships designed to maximize the customer's product and service experience. Step 4 is to analyze, plan, and implement a carefully formulated customer marketing strategy that focuses on creating and keeping profitable and loyal customers. Once you have created and implemented your customer-centric strategy, how can you tell if it's working? There are many metrics you could use, but as time is pushing on, let me suggest 3 to you. Firstly, you can consider what is called churn rate. Acquiring new customers is more difficult and more expensive than retaining existing customers. So it makes sense that the lower your churn rate or the higher your retention rate, the quicker the company will grow. The key to success here is to understand why customers leave you and why customers remain. The second metric is what is known as Net Promoter Score, which is very simple to set up and use. Net Promoter Score focuses on covering customer loyalty by asking the customer one simple question. Based on your experience with us, how likely are you to recommend us to a friend or colleague? The customer answers with a number between 1 and 10. The higher the number, the more likely they are to recommend. The more net promoters you have, the healthier your business is. It's such a simple concept to understand and implement that it has become a favorite metric with businesses large and small. A third metric you could consider if you are hoping for a long-term relationship with the customer is to consider what is known as the customer lifetime value, or CLV for short. The CLV helps you calculate the health of the customer relationship and can be done by totaling the income from the customer over the expected term of the relationship and then discounting by the cost of acquisition. Calculating the CLV helps your business to understand why it makes sense to invest in keeping your customers. Remember here, though, when using a CLV, rather than looking purely from a revenue perspective, you should be looking at it from a value perspective, asking yourself, what value am I adding for the customer? To conclude on customer centricity, please do not be put off by how complex this might sound. Even the smallest changes to policy and processes can have a significant benefit for both your employees and your customers. Being a customer-centric business is the holy grail towards unlocking the true potential of customer value. Always put yourself in the shoes of your customer and minimize customer effort and maximize customer value. Having considered a strategy built around customer centricity, let's look now at how reimagining your business model will help you come back stronger and best position your business for sustainable growth. And having spoken again to my friends at McKinsey's, there are 5 areas that we should consider. Firstly, regarding revenue. businesses will need to fundamentally rethink their revenue profile to position themselves for the long term and to get ahead of the competition. To do this, businesses will need to identify and prioritize revenue opportunities. And once identified, these measures will need to be rigorously prioritized to reflect their impact on earnings and the business's ability to execute quickly. The crisis has shown us that businesses can work faster and better than they dreamed possible just a few months ago. Maintaining that sense of possibility will be an enduring source of competitive advantage. Successful businesses will need to redesign their methods of operation, reflecting on the lessons learned in the last 9 months. Businesses that recognize the value of taking swift and prudent action and that are ready and willing to set new standards are likely to build long-term strategic advantage. Thirdly, never be afraid to reimagine the business. Clear goals, focused teams, and rapid decision-making have largely replaced corporate bureaucracy this year. And as we move forward, business leaders who stick to this path are more likely to help their businesses achieve sustainable growth. Indeed, many leaders are reflecting on how small, nimble teams built in a hurry to deal with the COVID-19 emergency made important decisions faster and better. The fourth area looks at how an acceleration of digital adoption can be harnessed for the benefits of businesses. One area here for businesses to focus on is to rethink customer journeys and accelerate the development of digital solutions. You could say that dovetails quite nicely with what we spoke about earlier regarding customer centricity. The final area, and in concluding my presentation to you today, I would like us to think about the word normal. I think most of us would agree that business life is unlikely to return to the old normal. So what might a new normal look like? Well, Socrates, the philosopher, not the Brazilian international footballer of the early 1980s, is quoted as saying, "The secret of change is to focus all of your energy, not on fighting the old, but on building the new." As business life starts to focus on a new normal, building the new, what normal might look like differs considerably, depending upon where a business is situated, what it does, how it does it, and its appetite to do things differently. I have been speaking to broking business owners and leaders of all shapes and sizes over the last few months, and so have heard firsthand how businesses are wrestling with the ingredients of a different normality and their journey to this new normal. Many have said that they are very mindful of striking the right balance between the safety and well-being of their staff and the economic realities of running their business. It is a delicate balance that, as Chief Executive of BIBA, I recognize as we are now finalizing our own return to office working plans. Clearly, it is important for businesses of all sizes to take their staff with them on the journey to the new normal. As a business based in the City of London, one of the key considerations for BIBA's planning has been the issue of commuting and people's willingness or otherwise to use public transport, sometimes for lengthy journeys, as a means of getting to the office. Interestingly, during the health and safety inspection we arranged as part of our return to office planning, it was recommended to us that we should not encourage our staff to use public transport. One of the major learnings of the COVID-19 lockdown has been how well certain functions can and have performed remotely. A good number of brokers have told me how surprised they have been at the completely seamless way certain functions have transitioned from being performed in the office to being undertaken remotely. Now, clearly, some types of function and process better lend themselves to remote fulfillment than others. There is some consensus that the more repetitive tasks are perhaps better suited to remote working than some of the more intellectual ones. That consensus contends that for those more intellectual or collaborative type tasks, being in a face-to-face environment allows the optimum discourse between colleagues needed for the best results. The use of Microsoft Teams, Zoom, WebEx, and other remote meeting applications during this period of remote working has demonstrated to businesses large and small what can be done highly effectively. But as firms plan for a new normal, they are reflecting on the lessons learnt and taking the best of these learnings into their forward planning. Having decided what tasks are best done where, businesses obviously have to consider also which tasks are best done by whom. Staffing considerations are a major factor in planning for the new normal. As we move along this road, I've seen many examples of polarized views on what a new pattern of working might look like. Some staff have taken the view that they are working well and effectively remotely and would like to have the flexibility to continue either full-time or at least in part, not in the office workplace. Others, on the other hand, have been keen to return to the office with colleagues in the workplace. Although I hear that in some instances, returning to offices with one-way walking restrictions, face masks, social distancing, and separation between workstations has put some off and led them to return to working remotely. Employers, of course, have to balance this with the needs of the business and their abilities to monitor, supervise, and motivate their teams. Another telling and relevant quote from Socrates is, "Beware the barrenness of a busy life." Many brokers with whom I have been speaking tell me that in the last 6 months, this has led them to reflect on their work-life balance. And I'm sure this is true for many people. One of the common challenges of home working can be the blurring of demarcation lines between working time and personal time, with many employers reporting that production has increased during this period, a result perhaps of a mixture of fewer interruptions, but also of possible longer working hours. As we move towards a new normal, many people will take stock on what works for them, their work-life balance, and importantly for their employer, and adjust accordingly. Reflecting on the above, I think we can see enough different moving parts to suggest that what normal might look like going forward will be a kaleidoscope of styles and approaches. But what will not change is brokers' focus on providing the same or more broad range of services to their customers and clients. The new normal we are approaching comes with other changes and challenges, so let's take a quick look at some of these. One of the bastions of the old normal was the underwriting room at Lloyd's of London. Lloyd's itself has obviously undergone many changes since emerging from a coffee shop on Tower Street in the City of London in the late 1600s. But its decision to introduce a virtual underwriting room to sit alongside the traditional room marks a significant change in the way it is prepared to do business. As a number of brokers have pointed out to me, if Lloyd's can affect such a major change to the way it works, then we really could see similar seismic changes across the piece. Let me bring this presentation and paper towards its conclusion by speaking briefly about a couple of challenges that UK insurance brokers are currently facing. At the start of 2020, it would have felt very strange to speak about the issues without giving early mention to Brexit, but here we are, over half an hour in before raising an issue that's going to change the way of working for many brokers and others in our sector. As I speak, the negotiations around a possible future free trade agreement are reaching the critical stage. However, there is nothing in the offing that gives any comfort to UK insurance brokers. Indeed, any deal will, in all likelihood, be a no-use-to-us deal. Brokers have known for some time that to continue servicing their EU-based customers with EU risks post 31st December 2020, they need to obtain an EU authorization, and this is not something that can be achieved overnight. For those with significant EU exposures, the steps have largely been taken, but for many, it is still likely that there is work to be done. Insurance brokers will have been aware for some time that certain markets were starting to harden. The pandemic has accelerated that hardening. At BIBA, we have had governmental discussions on trade credit insurance, which have led to the government stepping in to take 90% of the risk. We've also had several discussions with the Ministry of Housing, Communities and Local Government regarding professional indemnity insurance for fire surveyors and fire insurance for multi-floored clad buildings. Sectors such as care homes, film and production, now directors and officers, brokers own professional indemnity, and even single business cars are becoming problematical. One of the consequences of the market hardening after many years of softness is that a generation of account executives and account handlers have little experience of having that difficult conversation with their customer. In other words, explaining why costs are increasing, and in some situations, why restrictions have been imposed and perhaps excesses increased. It's clear that despite government assistance, some businesses will struggle to survive, and many that do will have their business confidence badly affected. Certain sectors are likely to be worse hit than others. The entertainment and leisure sectors are being spoken about as being particularly vulnerable in the UK. So brokers may well have to adjust their focus and seek new areas of development. This crisis of confidence could give brokers the chance to once again demonstrate their value to customers by doing what they do best, discussing needs, giving advice, and offering choice. Finally, we return to our people, our staff. A new normal will inevitably feature new methods and ways of working, and the will, support, enthusiasm of all involved to make it a success. Finally, from BIBA's perspective, I'm following the advice of Barack Obama, who said, "The future rewards those who press on." I don't have time to feel sorry for myself. I don't have time to complain. I'm going to press on. So with that said, ladies and gentlemen, let us all press on. Thank you very much.
My professional colleagues, both physically present here and our virtual audience, I'm sure you'll agree with me that Mr. Steve White has done an extremely analytical and virtual paper, but it is also extremely insightful, and it's also a well-presented paper. May I ask that we give him a very big round of applause, please? A very big round of applause. He has done very well. Thank you indeed, Mr. Steve White. He took a look at the critical factors needed for corporate entities to achieve sustainable growth in the face of fast deteriorating economic conditions due to the COVID-19 pandemic and the imminent financial crisis felt across all sectors, including the retail, the real estate, manufacturing, banking, and other ancillary sectors that impact greatly on the insurance industry. Having made reference to some macroeconomic variables that have lent themselves to stimulate economic growth, he advanced some insightful information given to him by some of his friends and colleagues in Deloitte and McKinsey, highlighting factors that can play a critical role in helping corporate entities assess their capabilities to withstand further disruption, both from the operational and financial standpoint, and still achieve sustainable growth. Operational issues would include assessing their production, their distribution, and logistics capacity and maintaining their workers' safety at the same time, while the financial issues would include managing their cash and their network capital. Mr. White then zeroed in on the insurance broking profession in particular and suggested building blocks that would assist us in the quest for sustainable growth in our new normal. 1, developing a customer-centric business strategy on putting the customer first at the core of our business, thus creating a positive experience for the customer and building long-term relationships. 2, because customers have become more selective about their brands and understand better the opportunity cost of the use of funds, they have now utilized the latest social media tools to compare products and services using data analytics, and we as insurance brokers must rise to the occasion. 3, our industry is encouraged to capture and analyze customer data to assist us in reducing the churn rate and measuring our net promoter score and calculating our customer lifetime value. I'm sure this is of immense value to us, especially as insurance brokers that want to maintain our relationships with our customers over a long period in time. 4, with this, we would now be able to reimagine our business model by identifying and prioritizing our revenue opportunities, rebuilding and maintaining our operational resilience, and coming out with clear goals for our focused teams through accelerated digital adoption. Now, the 5th thing is this new normality and the journey of adaptation will therefore emphasize the safety and well-being of our staff in the face of these new economic realities, creating a work-life balance through remote working for the more repetitive tasks and physical collaboration for the more intellectual tasks, with a view, and a very strong view for that matter, of providing a broader range of products and services for our clients. In concluding, Mr. White apprised us some of the challenges leading to a metamorphosis of the UK insurance market. While we empathize with issues being faced with Brexit and the potential of huge business interruption claims and the hardening of the market, I would seize this opportunity to ask for discussions directly relating the theme of building, rebuilding institutions, and might I add, reimagining insurance to the Nigerian market based on the post-COVID challenges we would expect in the face of volatility, uncertainty, and the ambiguity of these times. Our risk considerations in this market, Mr. Steve, for which we will now welcome discussions and questions, will include, but are not limited to, 1, and I want to think you want to make a few notes, sir. Customer attrition in the face of the post-COVID-19 pandemic, cyber security and data privacy, health and safety management, especially in the face of increased claims from the group life insurances as well as the health management organizations, our cash flow management, even though in Nigeria we do have a law of no premiums and no cover. But then again, cash flow management after the post-COVID-19 situation, foreign exchange and fiscal policies, as you're well aware, there's a high level of foreign exchange volatility in the Nigerian markets. Of course, regulatory, statutory, and corporate governance for us, which is metamorphosizing, especially because we have a very amiable commissioner for insurance who has a who's leaning towards us and has a listening ear. And of course, not least, InsurTech talent recruitment, especially because of the digital age in which we are now. With the social media proliferation, I think also InsurTech and talent recruitment would be one of the issues that we're facing. Ladies and gentlemen, we have 30 minutes for these discussions, and please, let's start the ball rolling. Thank you very much. Do you have any questions that have come up? Online questions that have come up? Some online questions. Can we take some online questions from our participants? I'm sure even from the BIBA, the British Insurance Brokers Association, I do believe that there are quite a few people that are online, having listened to their chief executive and his very insightful paper. So please come up with the questions so that Mr. Steve White can actually attend to those questions directly.
Where is it? Okay.
You're also welcome to comments. Thank you.
There is a question by Amadi Agarua directed to Mr. Steve White. And he says, with NCRIB affiliation to BIBA, I am wondering why London reinsurance brokers have been unable to persuade Lloyd's and Company Market to change their hard terms classification of risks emanating from Nigeria. As CEO of BIBA, please tell us how your association can be of help. Thank you.
That is a very good question, and I would like to firstly put your mind at rest. This is not Lloyd's having a problem with Nigeria. This is Lloyd's having a problem, full stop. They've undertaken a real realignment of their underwriting stances. Started around a year or so, no, a couple of years ago now, where they are looking to address the underwriting performance within Lloyd's. The decile 10 class, as it's known in the UK, has caused significant problems in terms of what Lloyd's have done in terms of not only reducing capacity but increasing rates. So rest assured that the London reinsurance market is talking to Lloyd's about your issues. Hopefully, as the underwriting result picks up there, you'll see a more friendly approach. But as I repeat, please don't take it personally. It's not aimed at you. This is Lloyd's right the way across the piece.
Thank you very much, Mr. White. Can we have the next question, please? Before the next question comes up, can I just pass a comment and then ask a question?
Of course.
Mr. White, you mentioned that one of your suggestions is that institutions begin to determine the critical components of their operations. From your standpoint as the CEO of BIBA, can I ask, how do we break down the critical components of our operations, bearing in mind the fact that most often than not, insurance brokers have a marketing outfit that interfaces face-to-face with the clients over the period in time. But now, because of the COVID situation, we're not able to interface directly anymore. So how do we determine and break down the critical components of our operations? Thank you.
Again, another very good and timely question.
Can you unmute yourself? Yeah.
I think I need to be unmuted at your end. I'm not muted here.
You're on now. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, and look, another very good and topical question. Clearly, we're in different times, but the times that we're in aren't going to stay the same for ever. Clearly, they will change. Whether they'll revert to entirely the way they were is another matter. So yeah, it is important for firms to have a look at how they interface with customers and speak to the customers. Customers, as we go forward, may decide going forward they want to change the way in which they interact with their insurance brokers. We're seeing that in the UK. We're seeing firms, as I said in the speech, looking at the use of systems like WebEx and Teams and Zoom and saying, you know what, I'm quite happy to have a meeting with you more often than not virtually, rather than you coming out and seeing me. That can be, on one hand, a positive. It can be perhaps a better use of time. However, it's not as good an interaction as shaking your customer's hand and looking them in the eye and getting the body language that you would get from a face-to-face meeting. So I think reimagining that customer interaction point, but doing it in a manner where your customers are telling you how they want to interact with you, I think would be a positive way around looking at that.
Thank you very much. We have another question.
Yeah, Steve, we have a question coming from Boyega. Please, can you unmute Boyega now? Boyega, please. Boyega, please unmute yourself and ask your very brief and crisp question. Thank you.
Okay. Steve, hi, great. Great listening to you, and thank you for a very insightful presentation. I think for me, one of the take-home here is on customer life value, which you talked to, which you spoke to under the customer-centric strategy. What I would like to say here is that it would be great if we can have more collaboration with the NCRIB in terms of building capacity, vis-a-vis this new great normal that we find ourselves in. Thank you, Steve.
Yeah, I certainly think there is clearly a role, as there is in the UK for BIBA, for the NCRIB in Nigeria to pull the threads of what normal might look like. I said in my paper, didn't I, that there will be a kaleidoscope of normal approaches. And I think if the NCRIB can pull some of those together and share them with its members, I think members could pick out the best bits of different approaches and knit them together. But it's got to be what works for the individual business. Rather than copying and pasting somebody else's idea, make sure that what you're doing is absolutely right for your business and your staff and your customers and the way in which you want to conduct your business.
Thank you, Steve. We've got someone on Galaxy Note 5. You're yet to disclose who you are. Okay. Whilst we're still battling with that, I think there's a question coming from Dr. Mrs. Onibogi.
I just want to appreciate Mr. Steve White, the Chief Executive of BIBA, for an insightful and well-presented paper. Since the invisible, vicious enemy called COVID-19 pandemic truncated BIBA 2020 conference, I just want to know the preparation for 2021 maybe is in top gear, or what is the situation now? Because we are looking forward to it. Thank you.
That is a very topical question, if I may say so. The BIBA conference, as your colleague was saying in the introduction, is the largest gathering of insurance brokers in the world now. It is a huge event. It takes an awful lot of planning, both in terms of the quantity of the planning and the time that planning takes. We have to make a decision early in November as to whether we're going to run the 2021 conference in May. If we are to run it physically, we will have to make a decision to do that in early November. Now, as you may have seen on the news, the UK is going into more lockdown as we speak. The north of England, and Manchester in particular, where the conference is held, we believe today is going to be put into the highest level of lockdown again. So as I say, we have to make a decision in early November whether we can run it physically, and I would have to say that is looking in some doubt. So we will be announcing, following our board meeting in early November, what we plan to do in May next year. But whatever we do in May next year, it's important that I emphasize that we are committed in the long term to running the BIBA conference as a physical event. But whether we can do that in 2021, we'll have to see.
Thank you so much, sir. We have another question from somebody online.
Yeah, thank you, Steve. There is this question. What does the BIBA CEO suggest should be the supportive role of the NCRIB Secretariat to be member-centric? That's coming from Dr. Remialo. What does the BIBA CEO suggest should be the supportive role of the NCRIB Secretariat to be member-centric?
I'd like to congratulate the questioners today. You're giving me some excellent questions. Yeah, there's definitely a role for the NCRIB here. Certainly in terms of sharing experiences and sharing knowledge, sharing results of how individual members are getting on with their customer centricity. For member associations and members to flourish together, a sharing of the knowledge is really, really important. So it may be that NCRIB allocate to one of its board members perhaps just oversight of centricity in the round, but from a knowledge sharing perspective. I think that would be a good suggestion, if I may be so bold.
Thank you very much, sir.
Thank you very much, Steve. From here, the remaining are actually compliments, which is a rehash of what would still be done and have been done. Complimenting your paper for being very, very excellent and touching the challenges of brokers in every ramification. So that's a way of compliments to you. Could you continue from here?
Thank you very much from the participants of this conference online. However, I do want to ask another question, most especially with regards to the lack of tangibility of the service that we render as insurance brokers vis-a-vis the brand management, the selective brand management of our customers and the use of their funds. In as much as our service is actually intangible, the fortunate aspect of it is that insurance covers the whole gamut of a person's life as well as government. However, how do we focus on the brand management of our customers and interface this brand management to match the existing products that the insurance industry has? That would be a question from me. Thank you.
You interestingly used the term intangible service with regards to what brokers do. I think one of the lessons we could all learn is trying to make that service less intangible by perhaps better explaining what it is that we do for our customers. Now, when I make that point in the UK, I get a sense that sometimes the brokers' intellectual shutters come down and they say, well, my customer knows what I do, but I promise you, if you haven't explained to your customer what you do, they won't know. If you're dealing with a commercial customer, when he's lying in bed at night, he's not thinking about your professional services. He's thinking about his business, or he's thinking about his golf handicap or his company car. He's not thinking about the services of his insurance broker. So a very simple way of helping here will be to get a better articulation of what it is you do for your customer. Set it out as a one-page document. And if you think about it, that becomes the most important document you give to your customer during your transaction. It's more important than his policy document. It's more important than the invoice. It's you telling the customer what it is you do for them. And don't make it a generic document. Try and personalize it, because you'll find you'll be giving different services to different customers. But explaining what it is you do is fundamentally important. If you're not doing that, it could make a really significant change to the quality of that interaction and that business relationship you have with your commercial customer.
With that, Mr. Steve White, I want to say a very big thank you for the paper. As I said earlier on, it's a very insightful paper. It has given us a better understanding of how to be customer-centric and customer-oriented. And it is a paper we would not have been able to do without in this conference. Thank you so much, and we really do appreciate you. Another round of applause to Mr. White, please. Thank you.
Leave.
Thank you, my beloved sister. I'm sure the president is excited, our leaders are excited, and our members are satisfied. Mr. Steve White, we thank you. We did not expect anything less. And thanks to COVID-19 that has saved us so much money in hearing from you and in learning from you. We appreciate your time with us. The president in due course will be appreciating you by sending the normal memorabilia to you. And my sister, you not only chaired the paper, you dissected the paper, and the brilliance in you really came out to show. You've made us very proud. Thank you very much. On that note, with the permission of the president, I think we should have tea break before the next paper.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you very much, the chairman of the event organizing committee. Mr. Steve White, we appreciate your presentation. We can't thank you enough. Actually, we bearing all the hurts of the COVID-19, you ought to be physically here with us. And the president was already boasting about the type of Nigerian treatment that you would have been given. But since you are with us virtually, we still want something as a signification of your presence with us. And that is by way of presentation of this plaque to you virtually. This is it. And please be assured that this plaque and every other complement of it will get to you in a matter of 1 week or thereabouts, right in your office in London. So I would request that the Deputy President should be your resident representative in Nigeria. This is Mr. Steve White. And his name. So this presentation has been made to Mr. Steve White. This is the microphone. We appreciate you.
On behalf of the entire membership of NCRIB, I present this plaque to Mr. White in appreciation of your support and for presenting this insightful paper titled Rebuilding Institutions Post-COVID-19 at the 2020 National Insurance Brokers Conference and Exhibition held on Thursday, 15th of October, 2020 in Lagos. We appreciate you so much, and next time we will like you to join us. Thank you very much. God bless you.
Well, that's for Mr. Steve White. We also would like to present this to Mrs. Bimbo Onokumaya, who moderated excellently.
On behalf of the entire membership of NCRIB, I present this plaque to Mrs. Bimbo Onokumaya, FCIB, one of us, in appreciation of our support as chairman of session, Rebuilding Institutions Post-COVID-19 at the 2020 National Insurance Brokers Conference and Exhibition. We appreciate you so much.
Thank you very much. I'm sure that at home we're having a feel of the conference. In the conference of our rooms and offices, I can tell you that we have most of our members, we have our sponsors, the major sponsor, Tangerine Life, a company that is making its brand very strong in collaboration with the council. We also have on the exhibition stand, we have a sovereign trust. We are also exhibiting here. We wish to, after now, pay a visit to the stand where they are. And I've also been told that some traffic ambassadors are here by our program today. In the twilight of this program, or at the end point of this program, we will be recognizing. The president will be making a symbolic presentation to them. Okay, thank you very much. Thank you very much. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much, Mrs. Bimbo Onokumaya. We appreciate you. God bless you. Thank you very much. We would like to take the second paper, and before we take that paper, ladies and gentlemen, I would like to have a feel of the Ooni of Ife. Is he already on? At 12. Okay. Okay. Please permit me to invite to chair the next paper the Deputy Managing Director of Ogrobinson, a very, very prolific and fecund professional, Mr. Saheed Adeyemi. A round of applause for Mr. Adeyemi, please. Mr. Saheed Adeyemi. Mihari. That's it. Yeah. can sit down next to the president. Yes. Yeah. Thank you, Mr. Said Egbeomo. A round of applause for him. Remember, Mr. Said Egbeomo is going to moderate the paper Dissecting Kama 2020. The reviewer of that paper is already seated. He is Mr. Otimi Edo MNI. A round of applause for Mr. Edo MNI. And may I respectfully invite the paper presenter, Mr. Yomi Adebanjo, FCIS. Mr. Yomi Adebanjo, FCIS. A round of applause for him. Welcome. Thank you very much. Please be seated. Please, the traffic ambassadors are down here already. The traffic ambassadors are down here already. Okay. Please, can I request the president, ably assisted by the vice president, to please be very close by, because before we take the paper on Dissecting Kama 2020, we would like to rub this in, that in line with the corporate social responsibility of the Nigerian Council of Registered Insurance Brokers under the dynamic leadership of Dr. Mrs. Bola Onibegi, the council has recognized the need to honor those men and women who are servicing on the streets of Lagos, ensuring that traffic flows properly. And you can situate this within the realm of motoring, for which insurance is highly concerned. So please, can we have some minimization of interactions in the auditorium, please? Please, can we have the traffic ambassadors come over here, please? Let's have the traffic ambassadors come over here so that the presentation will be made. As soon as others come, they will release with them, okay? Remember, the paper of Dissecting Kama is on the stream. Okay. I've been told that the leader of the team is always caught up in traffic because he's always ensuring that traffic goes on. It's by the name Mr. Okwade, Mr. Pilot. Everybody knows him, Mr. Pilot. And he's the one who's been piloting the traffic in Lagos State, the Ijoba Worldwide. That's his name, www.ijoba Worldwide. I hope I'm right. Absolutely. So, well, ladies and gentlemen, I think since Ijoba Worldwide is not here to lead the team yet, can I request that we put on our KBC, the Oba Ofife, for his royal word. Is KBC on? Is KBC on? KBC is Imperial Majesty, the Ooni of Ife, Oba Adeyemi Ogunwusi, the Ojaja II. Okay, well, ladies and gentlemen, because I'm sure that those of us that are online would like to maximize our time fully, can I request that the microphone finds Mr. Said Egbeomo to fire the salvo for this paper? You may sit down.
President of the Nigerian Council of Registered Insurance Brokers, the Deputy President here seated, my dear colleagues, good morning, no, good afternoon, it's just 12 noon. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. First and foremost, let me welcome our dear brother who is going to be talking to us this morning about Company and Allied Matters Act 2020. As he was just coming to the stage, I asked him, are you a lawyer? He said no. Are you an accountant? He said no. My reason for asking this question is generally when you talk about law, but if the organizers of this event have found it very, very nice to call on Mr. Yinka Adebanjo to come and talk to us. Sorry, Yemi Adebanjo. What it means to know is that the experience is, and when a chartered secretary, he actually understands what it means to talk as a lawyer, but not a lawyer, and to talk as an accountant, but not an accountant. His case will be likened to one. I arrive in a medical doctor that has not graduated. He probably needs to learn something from her. You find yourself to sort out himself. I welcome Mr. Yomi Adebanjo back again. And my job now is very, very simple. It's actually to tell you briefly about what he is, and then to allow him to take on the stage to talk to us about the difference. My name is Samuel Dawani. Mr. Yomi Adebanjo is the founder of the Chartered Secretaries and Administrators of London and Nigeria. Consultants International. He was informed in finance. He highly sought after professional, especially in business and professional circles. His Adebanjo has held in oil and gas, advertising, and accounting professional, while managers administration and corporate secretaryship duties. He is presently the company secretary of Fortson Pharmaceutical PLC. A very, very short biography or profile of Mr. Adebanjo. When the last time is ready, the mistake is ready as well. So it is my time to get on
A very good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. The president of NCRIB, the paper reviewer, Mr. Saheed Egbeyemi, and the vice president here seated. I particularly want to make some allusions to my introduction by Mr. Egbeyemi. You see, in the area of company law, whether in the UK or in Nigeria, one profession stands out, and that is the profession of chartered secretaries. And that is why, even in Ghana, in our own law, the first and paramount professional body that is recognized as being capable of appointment as company secretary is an FCIS. It is on that platform that every chartered secretary or company secretary who has a Bible in Kama as his working tool will be able to dissect it more than any other person. And with this few prologue of mine, I like to first of all say that Kama and reenactment in 2020 is not something that has caught many practitioners unawares. A close look at the world Kama will tell me that Nigeria is far behind other nations when it comes to corporate governance and management of companies generally. So when that law came and it became a law sometime in June, everybody was eager to look at the content. What exactly has changed? The changes were greater on some grievances on some quarters, but also very much welcome in so many quarters. In the quarters, they believed there was too much caution in the privacy. There was a lot of agitations. But in other sectors and areas where there was a belief, and genuine one for that matter, that what the economy has been yearning for in terms of enabling law that can move the chain of commerce forward, they found in it a lot of provisions that will enable commerce and entrench some good governance practices in our corporations. But if I talk generally about Kama, it won't be too good for this gathering. So I will try and situate it within the context of NCRIB. And what I mean is that there are provisions in this new Kama, but those provisions can actually be demarcated. They are liberalizing provisions that make life easier for especially small private companies. And when I look through this profession, I discovered that not many of practitioners here are listed. In fact, I went through the 10 top brokers in Nigeria. The Og Robinson, the Agbeyemis, the Glaville Etovin. Only one of you I could reckon is a public company, which then means that to a very large extent, a lot of your members should be looking forward to what opportunities are here for us in this new Kama. And that is the area I want us to focus. What are the benefits for the kind of business that we do? How will this law regulate us? Or how should we look out for possible regulations that may come to us as insurance brokers? And it is for that reason I actually tried to divide this presentation into 3 parts. The pre-incorporation part, the management and control of company, and general compliance. And what do I mean by this? I mean to say, in what areas has this new law affected all forms of company registration? It is in that area I will be talking about pre-incorporation, so that we know the law as it has changed the process of forming a company in this country. Who can be formed into a company and whether that will be suitable. Because at the end of the day, I would like you to look at the law that you have seen. Is that properly situated within your own enabling act and regulation? So that we all come together and say, this is the law. The law says one person can be formed into a company. But is that what NICOM, is that what NCRIB will want for its members? This new law says there is no more need for authorized capital, just have a minimum capital. But when you look at your own council, trying to say, look, your capital must go beyond 5 million, that then shoots you out completely of what these newcomers say of small and private companies. Because then all the liberties, all the elective things that you could have cleverly wriggled out of, it then becomes very difficult. If, for instance, the new law is saying that you must, if you are a small company, this thing you may not do. You don't have to hold an AGM, for instance, if you are a small private company, if you are a single member private company. But there is a definition of what a small company is. Looking through stockbrokers and the new regulation that's likely to come up, increasing your minimum capital to about 100 million or thereabout, it then means that no insurance brokers will be in a position to take as much advantage as our percent in the areas of liberty and liberalization and relaxation for private companies. So we then all have to be bound, not only by the principles of provisions of CAMA, but even the code of corporate governance for you to actually excel. In all of these areas, there will be one or two things to take away as insurance brokers and how our companies going forward are likely to be looked at by both regulators and from the statutory point of view. So I move on gradually to say that in the face of this new law, if you look at section 394 of CAMA, an attempt being made here is to say that all insurance brokers compare yourself vis-a-vis the regulation. Will any of you qualify as a small company? And if you won't qualify as a small company, what does that mean for the profession of insurance brokers in Nigeria as it relates to compliance with the new CAMA? The angle I'm coming from is that the happiness that came with the new CAMA, the benefits that is derivable from it in terms of election, electiveness, liberalization therein are pertaining essentially to small private companies. Essentially now you see that even public companies are under rigorous obligation. They now must have independent directors. That is if they are public. But some of us that won't be public, remaining private, the ability to derive the maximum benefit of you may not do this, you may not do this, also is dependent on whether you are small or a single member private company. And if the size of the company is defined by CAMA in terms of capital, the capital you currently have, 5 million naira, already from the point of view of this CAMA, takes you out of a small company, which means your members are not looking at taking advantage of such things as we need not hold AGM. We need not keep minutes of our proceedings, but they must keep it, having not qualified as small companies. There is also the need to strike a proper balance between the governance, which often means a stricter set of rules than statutory provisions. For instance, the law permits one director for a small company. The question is, how many insurance brokers can operate as a small company in the face of rising regulatory requirements regarding minimum capital? So it is not just about the law. your regulations, your industry and sector-specific rules regarding the arrangement of your organization is also very key. But all of this side by side with the provisions of the CAMA. So our key focus, after all the prologue, our key focus basically will be to look at specific provisions, specific sections of this new law and explain or make an attempt to discuss it as we move on. In that regard, let us look at the pre-incorporation matters. In section 18, subsection 2, it is now possible to form a company with only one shareholder. The question insurance brokers will ask themselves is, are they in a position to take advantage of this liberalization? Will there be an insurance broker company today, from looking at the presence of some of your members, like Mr. Agbeyemi's company, like Glanville, Enthoven, Northern, etc. Will such a company today have the kind of respect they have if they are to have just one director? What does it even mean to have one director? It means that your company will only file returns relating to one person as a board member. So in all circumstances where a thing is required to be signed by two directors, only one director will sign it. And to make it worse, small companies need not appoint a company secretary. So the question you then will put to yourselves is, if this company can run with one director, and there is no provision supporting the fact that an instrument required to be executed can be executed by one director, then it then gives us a lot, it leaves us with a lot of absurdity that maybe in the next review will have to be looked into. If there is room for one director to be formed, if there is room for a company to have one director, there should also be room for one director to execute an instrument and deemed it properly executed. Not to say, don't appoint a secretary, have one director, and this is an instrument to be executed. Then who then executes it? Only one director, as a deed poll or as what? These are the areas your members will have to look at when trying to take advantage of some of the liberalizing provisions of the new CAMA. But if you also look at it in another way, it also makes it possible for people not to indulge passive members. From my experience of going to 30 years, one of the areas I've had cause to render my advice is in this area of having two shareholders in a company. One is passive, one is active. Unfortunately, and as it is with life, one goes home before the other. And the estate of the survivor is now laying claim to that company along, And the question always was, look, I only invited your dad. He was my friend. The shares I gave to him were free shares. He never paid for them. But that is not in the eye of the law. He was a member, he was a member. The estate must recognize his holding. The benefits and the advantage in this section is that we can avoid all of that going forward. If you have your vision, you have your mission as a person, you can actually go and form a company. But when doing that, you must then remember to ask whoever is forming that company for you, what is the specific sector requirement? And I know NCRIB should have, even if they do not already have, with this kind of provisions, the council should go back to the drawing table and ask, should we run with this scammer as far as membership and ownership is concerned, or do we want to engender a robust insurance brokerage firms that will not be short of funding? The case for having multiple members is to make a case for funding when the need arises. It is not likely that one person will be able to, in this country now, dole out 100 million as a capital. So it is not then also likely that many of your members, whether prospective or existing, will be able to take advantage of that section 18 sub 2 with regard to number of shareholders and directors. Another section we should look at, what I've done is to look at it serially so that you won't have to go to the next page of that book or too far into the future to see the next section I'm referring to. Authorized share capital is replaced with minimum share capital. What this means in effect is that you won't have to pay stamp duty on, for instance, what the law says is you must allot 25% at the point of incorporation. As long as you meet this minimum, you can allot 2 million and pay your stamp duty on 2 million. Instead of looking for authorized capital of 50 million and then pay stamp duty on 50 million. But what your council is trying to do now, by moving up your capital to 100 million, you are invariably saying that every insurance broker must pay up at least 25 million as far as complying with 25% requirement is concerned. But that is not your intention. Your intention is that your capital, if we go to your books, look at your current and net assets, your working capital, we must be able to see 100 million as capital. You are invariably increasing the expenses that will have to be borne by your members. That is 27 sub 2 paragraph A. Authorized share capital is replaced with minimum share capital, which effectively means that your stamp duty will be paid on the shares actually allotted at the time of incorporation and not necessarily on a bogus authorized capital that you may never even allot in the next 10 years. It's a good development, notwithstanding. You also look at Section 40, subsection 1. An applicant for company registration shall be able to sign the statement of compliance. In those days, even up to now, there is a declaration of compliance. It's either you take it to court, or you look for a notary public, or you make a lawyer sign it. As part of federal government ease of doing business, you can form your company without having to take it elsewhere. You yourself can declare that you have complied. What that provision is all about is a declaration of compliance. And it effectively is requiring that every promoter should be able to say, I have complied with everything the law requires of me in the process of this formation. Also, we look at 44 subsection 1 and 51 subsection 11. And I said these two sections should be read together. It aligns properly with the English version of 35. What this is simply saying, which I also want to make bold, won't fall properly with your profession, is that the company can be formed with a very liberal object clause. What you used to have and must have is that your memorandum must contain an object. An object is the purpose for which the company has been formed. For instance, in your own case, your object must read to carry on business as insurance brokers and things like that. By that section, there's a kind of liberalization, a kind of water it down. But we cannot water it down as to make company fail in having at least one substratum. And I'm not also sure NCRIB will want to welcome a company which simply sits in its memorandum to carry on business as a general commercial entity, as they do have in the UK. So, the application of this section to your profession, being a regulated industry, is likely to be there. I mean, it's not likely to be applicable to you. Your members still must have genuine and relevant object clause. All that then can be taken advantage of is that you can widen it as much as you can so that you cannot fail completely in being able to do a business. So that if brokerage fails, you may still be able to turn to any of the provisions in your memorandum and carry it on as a business. So what your council will be looking at is, at least, let whatever you have written include the fact that you are insurance brokers. If it fails for any reason, we may allow you carry on business as long as the name does not reflect insurance brokerage. But to what extent will you allow a registered company to be registered with you that doesn't have an element of insurance brokerage in its name? That's what the council should look at from the point of view of this profession. Because what federal government seem to be saying is that let no business fail by reference to anything in its memorandum. And if a person is to come for a business of insurance brokers, to what extent shall we allow that company go ahead and do business outside of insurance or within insurance if the name doesn't reflect it? It's going to be very difficult. No company in Nigeria, to my understanding so far, carries on business as insurance or bank without the word bank or insurance appending the name. Even the big pay firms that will not actually come out to say they are banks or, they still reflect in their names a kind of financial services rendition. From that section, we move on to the next one I'd like you to also look at, and that is section 98. A company may have a common seal, but need not have one. That looks to me like double mouth. If a company must have a seal, let it have a seal. But I know that the use of seal, apart from a devising, authenticating instruments, also seems to me to say that this document has passed through the necessary authority. If we say don't affix a seal, the other thing to do is that the way we express our instruments that is expected to be executed must be different. It must then be signed, sealed, and delivered. That is to say, parties signing must expressly state that they intend it to be executed. Otherwise, a mere fixing of the seal and witnessing by the secretary and the director creates a conclusion that this instrument is valid and can be followed. On the flip side of that is that in some professions, and I believe your own won't be an exception, they have a practice seal for their members. So in reading this section, what your members should know is that a practice seal is different from a common seal. If in the practice of brokerage, you have to seal a particular certificate, that doesn't come under this purview. What this comes under is such things as resolutions, such things as agreements that a company as a legal entity is signing. If in the course of practice, you have issued a license, you have to seal it, that seal is different. That's a practice seal, and most professions have it. ICSAN has its own. NBA has its own. ICANN has its own. In fact, no audited account can pass without that ICANN seal and stamp. If that kind of stamp and seal exists here, it doesn't come within this provision. You still have to affix it. Closely related to these sections are sections 101 and 102 on electronic authentication and creation of a deed. Simply meaning that, unlike what obtains before, and these are the cosmetics, the kind of innovations that the newcomer has brought, that you can actually sign, authenticate documents electronically without having to physically do them. In the days past, what people fear was that if I sign online, it is susceptible to attack. But legally speaking now, we see a provision that allows things to be done electronically. And again, the newcomer also introduced limited liability partnerships with combined flexibilities in the areas of taxation for the partners of the company. Let me explain this area. If you look at the whole law in section 19 of the whole Kama, this is not entirely new, that there can be a limited liability partnership. What is perhaps new and which we must pay some attention to is that, you know, when you are a company director, the way your tax is computed is different from that of the company itself. The company is taxed on CIT, company income tax, while the individuals within it, whether as directors or as shareholders, have their own personal income tax. For limited liability partnerships, the partners will have the opportunity of not being subjected to two forms of taxation. What it means is that if myself and Mr. Egbayemi, my brother here today, are running a limited liability partnership, I'll be assessed for my tax. He will be assessed for his own tax. The entity we both belong to won't be subjected to company income tax. And that, I think, is one of the beauty of this newcomer. That is to say, it is making it easier for people to actually do business without fear of what is likely to be the tax implication. And now, what I've looked at in the last 30 minutes thereabout is to look at the pre-incorporation areas. And my focus had been, how do we apply it to your business? To what extent can insurance brokers take advantage of any of them? As many of them as you think within your regulation can be advantageously taken, take it. But as much as you will need to go back to drawing board and redesign your rules around, you also perhaps may want to do that. Now, in terms of company management and control, let me do a prologue. My intention here basically is to look at the new law as it is affecting how companies are now to be managed and controlled from the point of views of the two organs, the shareholders and the directors. What advantages can be taken and what further regulations have been imposed. And we apply this to your industry to see whether or not the advantages to be taken or some obligations to perform. So landmark provisions in this area include section 119, a person with significant or substantial holding, defined in 122 as 5% in a public company, is required to give notice. Like I said earlier, going through your list, not many of you are caught by this provision. Not many of your members are public, but as many of you as are public, what we're basically saying here for purposes of compliance is that anybody who through the company secretary's examination has material holding of 5%, that is 5% of the issued share capital, also will have to give notice of that fact to the company. And this is more so important to you because you operate in an industry, even though attempts have been made to widen your capital base, it is still an industry that is susceptible to takeovers, very easily taken over. Even the biggest among you, we look at the capital, it is what 2, 3, 4 guys can scheme to buy up. But one way of preventing that is to be able to constantly rely on the provisions of the law to deny. And I'm going to repeat this area very well because it's critical to me. Companies get taken over most of the times because somebody who is supposed to be watching is not watching. You now have a provision in the law that places an onus on somebody having 5% to give notice of that fact to the company. If that person fails to give notice, he also can be deprived of necessary rights pertaining to that privilege. What I'm saying is that the law expects, as it is in the old law in 94 of the old Kama, that anybody having material interest should notify the company within 14 days, and the company shall make entries in appropriate register. It is so that you can't catch me unaware. I can't be caught unawares. And if you are laying siege, I will be able to also invoke the necessary provisions of the law. Aren't you required to notify me of this? The first contact is not where you want to exercise the relevant rights, but I should also have known that you have this relevant holding. Why I like this is that you operate in an industry where it is possible, like I said earlier, for 2, 3 predators acting in concert to launch a takeover. And takeover is further strengthened by ISA, and that hasn't been changed. That whoever has 30% in a company that is public can launch a takeover. But this provision will help in constantly watching. I've been given 15 minutes, but unfortunately, I do not want to rush. Section 140, subsection 1, prohibition of non-voting and weighted voting rights. What this section is saying, and the captains of industry should also listen, there are times we are looking for funds, and you want to issue shares to get those funds. The people you want to issue shares to, you don't want them to be in control. Let them just hold preference shares and wait every year to get dividends when declared. From my experience, these strategic investors oftentimes take a chunk of the company's authorized capital, sometimes up to 50, 60%. At that time, it was possible to put in the agreement that these shares will not entitle you to come to my AGM and vote. Today, that window is closed to many organizations who want to go through that route to fund. Brokers are now expected to have 100 million. In the past, it was possible for you guys to say, hey, gentlemen, come and partake of this. Give me 80 million. But what you are giving me is in preference. You won't come and vote at my AGMs. But now with this provision, it is abolished. You can't issue shares that has no voting rights. So I'm basically saying that from the provisions of this law, of this new Kama, a window of funding is gradually closing up, especially for some SMEs. The next section we look at is section 237. A small or single member private company need not hold an annual general meeting Unfortunately, not many of your members today qualify as a small company. Even if you are a single member, you may wriggle out of it. But by virtue of capital of 5 million or 100 million, as may later become, you won't be a small company, which means the governance structure relating to having to hold a meeting still remains and must be seen to have been done. In 240 subsection 1 and 2, a private company and single-member private companies may hold AGMs out of Nigeria and electronically. This is the beauty of COVID-19, and I think it is just a matter of quickly aligning with global trend. 2443 notice may also be given electronically. What companies do in the past was to alter their memorandum and articles, particularly the articles, to be able to send notice electronically. It has been made statutory, so they don't need to go through the contractual arena. And of course, 257, the compensation of managers of a company shall be disclosed to members of the company at the annual general meeting. Another problem in that law is that if you say something shall be disclosed to members at the AGM, it is either you include it as part of director's report. It is not going to be essentially an item on the agenda. Most practitioners interpret this in different ways. And the reason was that, how do we comply? And compliance is done even if somewhere in the director's report, as he mentioned, the company's managers were paid X amount during the year. Because it is not an item on which there shall be a resolution. There is no statement in that section that by an ordinary or special resolution, you shall mention. A question of disclosure is disclosed sufficiently by mentioning it in director's report. And that we must also take note of. And of course, I was asking a question, will this bring about probity? Not necessarily so. Anything that you are required to disclose without the corresponding requirement of approval is just a mention. It's just a mention of this is what has happened. And in 2656, the chairman of a public company shall not also act as its CEO. That is like bringing a kind of proximity, closing up on code of corporate governance. These are issues, these are provisions essentially for the code. I also cited there 3071, which restricts number of board appointments by a person to not more than 5 public companies. It doesn't mean that in private companies you can be a director in 1,000 companies. In 266, a single member company need not keep minutes of its proceedings. This also is an area, maybe in future, will have to be addressed. Minutes have a purpose. And to now actually say, don't keep minutes, one want to expect, one want to ask the question, what then becomes of its proceedings? What is the precedent coming from? 275 and in 281, life directors. I think this may be something really good for promoters who are old but not tired. They can be there for life. It will reduce the incidence of shadow directors. Because what you have today are people who are not from CAC 7, but cleverly manage and direct the affairs of the company. With this section, they can actually apply for a life directorship. It is in the whole KAMA, Not as if it is new in a way, but it is better now. It is properly couched and made a profession. Closely to that is appointment of directors aged over 70. That has always been there as well. In 320, requirement has to register director's residential address. This is novel in Nigeria, that directors now have to also furnish their residential addresses aside from their service address. The whole purpose is to make sure nobody goes scot-free when it comes to investigation. And 3:30, I want us to spend some time here, even though my time is almost up. A private company need not appoint a secretary. The question all brokers here should ask as a company, those things that secretary will do, are they no longer to be done? If they are still to be done, it is a provision in liberty. It's not a provision I would think you have to implement. Because if the law still retains the provision as to having to file some returns, who will ordinarily do that? If the law still retains provisions such as holding AGM and things like that, who will do all of these? If the role of secretary still remains in the law, and if companies are still required to discharge functions which secretaries used to discharge, then that provision is neither here nor there. But thank God they qualify it to say private companies. But not all private companies are private to the extent of taking advantage of that provision. Because the same law will penalize you for not doing what the secretary ought to have done. So nomenclature may change, but the role remains. And it is for whoever qualifies as a broker to find a means around it. But what I will say to the NCRIB is that provision is very tricky. If you have a secretary before now, don't fire him or her. If it is a firm, don't fire them. You will still need them somehow. In fact, you need them all day. And by 4.2, appointment of auditors not mandatory for small companies. This will kill initiative for growth. Many companies go for audit and auditors, not because they want to prove more points than they want to showcase that their activities, their affairs are scrutinized by reputable firms. You know, so this provision, even though it is there, the importance of using auditors has not been removed. And every interpreter and user of CAMA must carefully look at that provision as it relates to them. I do not think any insurance broker here who qualifies as a private company will now quickly want to jettison the idea of appointing auditors to audit. And finally, in terms of compliance, like I said earlier, compliance hasn't gone away. The new CAMA has not introduced a provision that says don't comply. If you look at it all it has stated is to give an elective regime to qualifying companies. That if you fall within this category, you may not have to do it. And essentially, a relaxation on registration of charges stands out. That instead of paying 1%, what is now payable is 0.35% as per 22212. And not taking too much of this time again, I ask the question here, is it all about the law? We have seen the provisions as it relates to us in one way or the other. But is it all about the law? No. The articles also play a major role. For some of us who have been in existence, this law also say in many places, unless otherwise provided in your articles. So where you see a provision, for instance, that you will have one director. Check your articles. What does the article says? The article says more, you have to obey the provisions of the articles. And finally, I leave you with this, that in all of this, we must also be able to relate to the law, the regulation, standards, and ethical practices as it relates to individual companies. Ladies and gentlemen, I thank you very much for this opportunity. Thank you very much.
A round of applause for our brother. If close down very well, then you feel very proud of him. Can you give him another one more round of applause? Thank you very much, my brother. No, yes, please. Yes, sorry. Ladies and gentlemen, I think I haven't done justice to this paper. We already have in waiting His Royal Majesty, the Oni of Ife, who will be joining us very soon. I think that will be about 1 o'clock on the dot. So meaning that we'll have about 10 minutes. And I think what we should actually be doing now is to hand over the mic to the paper reviewer himself, who is barrister at law. Yes, 10 minutes. Okay, I don't mind. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Sorry for the little break in transmission. It's not due to power failure, but we just have to tidy up this end. We'll go back to the paper, which the tone has already been set. Please permit me to say that we already have here members, very powerful members of the traffic ambassadors, ably led by the general manager of Bond FM, Princess Wuraola Adenike Adegoke. And my honor and privilege it is to say that she's leading a very star-studded team of traffic ambassadors. Some of them you've been hearing their names. For those of us that have been listening to Bond FM, how many names can you remember? Baba Saleko, I've been told is here. Please, a round of applause for him. How many other names can you remember? Yes, that's Mr. Kwade, Mr. Pilot. Mr. Pilot just waved at us. If time permits us, I will ask him to replicate for just about 2-3 minutes what he does on radio every morning. A highly sought after professional who drives traffic even while sitting down in his office. I have other members here. The manager news of Bond FM, who I can assure you will put all these things on Bond FM by way of news. Alhaji Wahab Akoshile is here with us. Thank you, sir. I have Alhaji Adedoyin here with us. Please, you're recognized. I have Baba Saleko. Sometimes when he runs his program, I wonder when he wakes up and when he sleeps. And I wonder the alignment between him and the area boys around the K2, Alapere, and everywhere. And I also wonder why a co-man speaks like a man from Ilorin, Kwara State. Baba Saleko, you are welcome, sir. I have Mr. Oyama Kimuritala. Mr. Muritala is okay, always talking from the naughty hands of Lagos. Mrs. Bosede Adelaja. Mrs. Bosede Adelaja. Mama Adelaja, kile rila dubu yin ba dasi. And then Mr. Olabode. Mr. Olabode is also there. I have others that at some point we will get them to meet you. But before His Royal Majesty comes up quickly, can I call just for about 3 minutes, Mr. Okwade, Mr. Pilot, Please, you are in the studio here for 5 minutes. Come and call and replicate as if you are producing a program or radio. And how you do it. How you come about Saleko, Yonibodi, Ogamuripala, and so on, just for 5 minutes. Yes, that's Mr. Pilot, Ijoba, www.ijoba worldwide.
I'm blushing, sir. I'm shy. Let me first and foremost appreciate everybody. Good afternoon, sir. Good afternoon, ma. I really appreciate. And Crave, I really appreciate what you're doing, particularly recognizing what we're doing as traffic ambassadors and particularly Bond FM. I would have loved to mention names, but if I do, I'll be offending someone and somebody will feel very bad that I do not appreciate him or her. So I appreciate everybody here and those watching me online. You have done so well for us. You have supported us even where we least expected. And God bless you. It will be my final word. God bless you. God bless you. God bless you. God bless you. And God bless you. Let me go back to my program. Bond FM 92.9. Ma koko sọ pé Ọlọ́run ẹ káàárọ̀, Ọlọ́run ṣe orí tó ń ṣe fún apá wa láwọn Ọlọ́run kábíyèsí àjúbà lọ́wọ́ yìí gbogbo bàbá àwọn èèyàn yìí ló pátápátá lórí ẹ̀ṣẹ̀ káàbọ̀ sórí ètò ìbọnà torí ilé iṣẹ́ Bond FM 92.9 láàárọ̀ tòun. Ẹ jẹ́ kí n tó sọ fún yín pé lábẹ́ ẹgbẹ́ ìṣẹ̀lẹ̀ lórí mi ní àtìlẹ́yìn náà ni ẹni tó jẹ́ alákòóso àgbà ìjọba ìdarí iṣẹ́ Bond FM 92.9 màmá wa mo bàbá àbúrò ìjọba àbúrò àwọn kámẹ́rà lọ́sàbò sí kọ́ńtà káàkiri máa dé nínú ìrìnàjò lọ sí gbogbo ìrìnàjò àárín oníbẹ̀rẹ̀ ìwé rẹ̀ ní àwọn ọ̀sẹ̀ kò lè fi bàbá àṣàlẹ̀ kò ṣe ní ètò ó yẹ kí lọ sí ọ̀nà dápàdé àràbà nígbàlá kí ló ń ṣẹlẹ̀ ṣé wọ́n ti ṣe pa àwọn ẹ̀ǹsàs ṣé wọ́n ẹ̀rìn gbogbo àdìgbò lẹ́kìn ó dá ìjọba ọlọ́run àtúbọ̀sẹ̀ gbogbo àwọn ọmọ ìgbèrígbà bóòrì ẹjọ́ gbogbo olóyè ọ̀rẹ́gbẹ́dá ẹgbẹ́ àwọn ọmọ sọ́nà kò sí àràbà láti ọ̀gbìn ìgbèrígbà ọlọ́run ó yẹ jẹ́ kí àwọn ẹ̀yin lásìmọ̀ àtẹ̀wá sí létí yẹn tó ti bẹ̀rẹ̀ tó ti bẹ̀rẹ̀ ètò ìpápọ̀ pẹ̀lú tẹ̀lé àwùjọ tó ti bẹ̀rẹ̀. God bless you, sir. God bless you, ma.
Wow, this is electrifying. You can see him. Thank you. Well, for the everybody's information, Bond FM is one of the most listened to radio in Lagos, and they are very, very significant for the strategic engagement of our president and our team, because there are unreached people that the insurance brokers have to reach out to, and this is a very strong nexus that we are establishing here today. So we're very grateful that you are here, and please just be a little bit patient and enjoy us. What brokers do is to serve as professional intermediaries between underwriters, that's insurance companies, and insurance clients. And for everyone that listened to the presentation by the Vice President on that day, it would have been very, very lovely. Okay. Well, can we take the KBC? Is it possible for us to take KBC in now so that I'm sure it's been itching? That's the Oni of Ife. His Royal Majesty, His Imperial Majesty, Obadiyeye Ogunwusi, the Ojaja II. Can we take him? Like I said earlier, KBC. 1 minute more. Okay. Well, whatever time the KBC says is the time. So that's Tobalashe. God bless you, ma. Whatever time KBC gets to an event, that's the time the event should start. So 1 minute is almost gone. But I will tell you that the traffic ambassadors have added some pep to this program. The president will appreciate you and make some presentation to you at the appropriate time. So, can we try to see if one, is it one by your watch? Huh? 2 minutes more. Okay, so what do we do in the 2 minutes? No, 2 minutes. 2 minutes is very minor. And since we are talking about traffic issues, sometimes I just like to call in on the program, but somehow I'm always afraid of the last mile people that Okwade talked about. And before he goes away, I would like to take picture with him so that whatever time I run conflict with the last mile people, I will just flash his picture and then I will be giving free passage because they fear journalists a lot. I recall the day that I was arrested by those boys at Sele. You know them. They caught me and took me inside their ramshackle office and deflated my tire and asked me to pay 27,000 early in the morning. Where do I get that from? So immediately I put a call to Victor Terry, who is also a friend of the house. And I told Victor, they have arrested me here. Victor said, give the mic to whoever arrested you. So I handed over the mic to the person. The phone. And Victor said, who have you arrested? That man is one of our traffic reporters in Lagos State. The man, I saw that his temperament came down. And he said, anybody, they inflated my tire, and of course, that was how I escaped. So from that time on, I bear that toga, traffic ambassador, not only of Traffic FM now, but also of Bond FM. I mean, Madam GM, have you not accepted me? So I will quote you, but I'm here. Okay, please can we be on now? Is it possible we link up now? Well, it's okay. I think I will just have to invite our reviewer of the paper to come here because there's a way that very, very hefty people and big people talk to themselves in such a way that there will be a response. Okay? Okay, sir. Please, I'll call you to please just come here and go on with the review of the paper. At whatever point that His Imperial Majesty joins us, we will pause for him in honor of his office.
Once again, good afternoon, Madam President, our distinguished guests, fellow colleagues, and our erudite paper presenter, Mr. Yomi Adebanjo, FCIS. Can you have the screen?
Thank you very much. Please, we'll treat the issue of the traffic ambassadors and allow them to make a choice to stay or to go. The President, you will have to be very close by. Please, can I request that all traffic ambassadors kindly file out? Please be here. Mr. Kwade, please, can you lead everybody here? Thank you. Please, a round of applause for them, both at home and in the diaspora as they come. Led by the GM, Princess Wurala Adenike Adegoke. There will be a presentation of insurance certificates, courtesy of the council. And can I invite the chairman of the EOC to talk into this so that the president can present the certificates one after the other? What it entails is more than this paper.
Madam President, in pursuance of our corporate visibility project and continuation of your strategic engagement and image making, the EOC has thought it fit to get some of the unreached through people who can reach them. The Babani Bredis, Sister Bosses, and Mr. Pilot. These gentlemen and ladies that you see offer to ease traffic on the roads by saving manpower hours and thereby contributing to the GDP of the nation. In order to motivate them further and to get more people into the fold, we at the EOC got the management committee's approval to institute life assurance policies for them. The policy provides benefits for them in case of critical illnesses, death, and temporary and permanent disability. The sum insured for each of these, for each of them for death is 1 million. For medical expenses is about 250,000. And for critical illnesses per member is 1 million naira. We have a list of 15 beneficiaries. The master policy has been deposited with the CEO of our secretariat. And on that note, I wish to present the certificates of insurance to Madam President, to be presented to the beneficiaries.
You are all welcome to our midst this afternoon. We appreciate you and what you are doing. I say for government, you are volunteers, so we appreciate your good work. So on that note, this afternoon, I want to do something. When I say NCRIB traffic, you say ambassadors. So 1, 2, 3, go. NCRIB traffic. Ambassadors. Are you capturing that? Good. NCRIB traffic. Ambassadors. Excellent. We appreciate you. You have been well introduced, so I don't have to repeat that again. But I want to especially appreciate Princess Wuraola. You are welcome. Thank you very much for the good work you're doing on Bond FM. Thank you so much. God will continue to bless you and all of you. So I'd like to call Mr. Adedoyin Kamarudin Ademola to come forward and receive your certificate. Okay. So I present to you your certificate of insurance. Right? When you go through, you will see the benefits there. And this is your jacket. So in obeying COVID-19 guidelines, otherwise I'm supposed to decorate you with it. So you put it on now so that let it cover this one for now.
Yes, ma'am.
So, and this is a plaque from NCRIB as evidence that you are our ambassador. Thank you. I invite Mr. Olabode Taiwo John. This is your certificate of group life assurance. When you go through, you will see the benefits there. Well done. We appreciate what you're doing. And this is your jacket. So you have to put it on now. You put it on top of this one because this is the one of the moments. And I present to you the plaque to show that you are really an ambassador of NCRIB. Thank you. Adelaja Abosede. This is your group life certificate. When you go through it, you will see the benefits. And this is your jacket. Please, can you put it on now? Because we're going to snap pictures with you. And this is your plaque to show that you are NCRIB ambassador. Adebayo Abel Ademola. I present to you your certificate of group life assurance. When you go through it, you see the benefits there. And this is your jacket from NCRIB. Okay, like that. And this is your plaque, evidence that you are an NCRIB ambassador. Sunji Buhari Owoyemi. This is your group life assurance certificate. And this is your jacket. Okay, please face the camera. This is your jacket. To save time, you can wear it when you move, when you step aside. And the flag, evidence that you are NCRIB ambassador. Thank you very much. Oyamakin Abiodun Muritala. I present to you the certificate of insurance. When you go through, you see benefits there. And this is your jacket. You can put it on when you step outside. And this is your flag, evidence that you are our ambassador.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. Wahab Ogunji. I mean, especially. Olori Odo is here with us. We appreciate you. This is your certificate of group life assurance. When you go through it, you see the benefit therein. And this is your jacket. When you step aside, you put it on. And your flag as NCRIB ambassador. Let the applause go on. Have it. Okay. Bello Abayomi, this is your certificate of group life assurance. When you go trace, you see the benefit therein. Can you face the camera? And this is your jacket from NCRIB for your use. When you step aside, you put it on, please, to save time. And this is your flag as NCRIB ambassador. Thank you very much. Yakubu Olowoake. This is your certificate of insurance. And when you go through it, you see the benefits therein. This is your jacket. You can put it on when you step aside to save time. And this is your flag as NCRIB ambassador. This is Taiwo Adeogun Modinot.
Young Brady.
That's Young Brady. Well done. We appreciate what you're doing. Your certificate of group life insurance. And when you go through this, you see the benefit therein. And this is your jacket from us. And this is your flag as NCRIB ambassador. Let the applause go on, please, if you appreciate them. Stephanos Baba. Is it here? Okay. Abdulwahab Alade Akoshi. Well done. This is your certificate. When you go through it, you see the benefits therein. This is a jacket for you. Please face the camera. This is your flag as NCRIB ambassador. Thank you. We appreciate your
Thank you very much.
Kolawole Ojo. This is your certificate of group life insurance. When you go through it, you see the benefits therein. And this is a jacket from us to you and your flag as NCRIB ambassador. Thank you. Well done. Adeolu Olarin.
Pilot. Worldwide.
This is your certificate of group life assurance. When you go through it, you see the benefit there. And this is your jacket. And your flag, evidence as NCRIB ambassador. Thank you. The last but not the least, Princess Adenike Wuraola.
Mama
herself. Well done. We appreciate what you're doing. This is your certificate of group life assurance. When you go through it, you see the benefits therein. Where's our jacket? This is your reflective jacket from us. Your flag as evidence that you are an NCRIB ambassador. Can we give them?
There's one more. I want Mr. Pilot to receive on behalf of Stephanos.
Okay.
Stephanos. Mr. Pilot. Okay, madam.
Okay, yes. Madam Princess Wuraola, we want you to receive the certificate on behalf of His Honor's Baba. Thank you. Jacket and the flag. Thank you. Thank you. Can we give them a big round of applause? We need to snap pictures. Photographs, please. Yes.
Deputy President. Please, can we be set for the photograph? Today is another leap in the President's strategic engagement with relevant constituent bodies, reaching the reached and the unreached. And this is the beginning of another level of relationship with the street, taking its bearing from the professional room to the street of Lagos. And this is going to be replicated in all the area committees of the Nigerian Council of Registered Insurance Brokers, the initiative of the present leadership towards taking insurance broking to the nook and crannies of Nigeria. NCRIB traffic. Thank you very much. God bless you. A round of applause for everyone. Please have sanitizer here in case. Okay, do we? Is Imperial Majesty is here? Please, can we put on the Imperial Majesty, please? The Imperial Majesty. Okay, please, can you give the corporate gifts to all our traffic ambassadors? Please, can we have him on? Ladies and gentlemen, maybe we can take a 1-minute response from the GM. The GM, please, you may like to respond for 1 minute.
Good afternoon, everyone. I, on behalf of traffic ambassadors of Bond FM 92.9, wish to thank you very much for this honor that you have bestowed on us. Well, so many people may not know about insurance brokers, but today we've learned about it, we've learned more. And especially when they appeared on Board of Sherry on Tuesday, so many people called in and they know so much about it. We want to thank you so much because you have recognized our traffic ambassadors, what we are doing, because traffic is key in Lagos. We all know what traffic is today in the last 3 or 4 days, and it has always been like that, traffic. So traffic is a major thing. So what you have done for us, for recognizing this, it is a big deal to us, a very big deal at that. We want to thank you very much for everything that you have done for us. So once again, on behalf of all of us, I say thank you very, very much. So ìtàṣọ fún wa ajẹ́kọ̀ọ́ wa tún yá láti máa ṣe síwájú àti síwájú sí. so that in fact we are almost getting to Oyo State. Pilot, we are getting to Ogun State. So we are almost getting throughout this Oyo, Ogun, Ondo, and all of that. So eléyìí jẹ́ ìwúrí fún wa. Ẹ ṣé púpọ̀. It is our prayer pé Olúwa máa mú yín tẹ̀síwájú lágbára Ọlọ́run. Ẹ ṣé ìwòye tó ń bọ̀. Ire owó ọlá fún gbogbo wa lágbára Ọlọ́run. Thank you very much. God bless you all.
Thank you very much. You can't beat a broadcaster. And Madam, thank you very much. Well, ladies and gentlemen, I want, we just have to go ahead. I want Mr. Rotimi to please, yes.
Okay. Once again, I say good afternoon, Madam President, distinguished board members, our presenter, Mr. Yomi Adebanjo, FCIS, my fellow colleagues in the House, the traffic ambassadors, ladies and gentlemen. Well, I must say that it's been a long day, even though it's short. Hello, it's not working. Abbas. So I won't want to take much of our time again. I'll just go ahead and start my presentation. It's not moving. Okay, now. Yeah, I know. Okay, I will go on straight to the introduction of what I'm expected to do today, and that is reviewing the paper dissecting the Companies and Allied Matters Act 2020. On August 7th, 2020, President Muhammadu Buhari assented to the Companies and Allied Matters Act 2020, known as CAMA 2020, which repeals and replaces the Companies and Allied Matters Act of 1990, which is now known as the Repealed Act. The new act repeals the Companies and Allied Matters Cap C20 laws of the Federation of Nigeria 2004 and enacts the CAMA 2020. I'll just shorten it CAMA. We all know the meaning now, full meaning. To provide for the incorporation of companies limited by liability, partnerships, and limited liability partnerships, and then for the registration of business names, together with the incorporation of trustees of certain communities, bodies, associations, and for related matters. This act is a welcome development in the corporate world and commercial business practice, and I can say it's an innovation that is almost going to 30 years of having been stuck to the old act. Let me quickly x-ray the paper in short. I will attempt to do this. That what the guest speaker, Mr. Yomi Adebanjo, FCIS, has presented, and then thereafter established my understanding of CAMA 2020. The speaker divided the paper into insurance brokers in the face of the new law. The newcomer in perspective, the key legislative provisions which he focused on: pre-incorporation, company management and control, and also relaxed compliance regime. I must say here that upon my evaluation of the paper, the following are noted. The introduction clearly conveys the meaning of the paper. You all agree with me that the lecturer did justice to that. He understood what he was going to talk to us about. The content of the paper in itself is a valuable contribution to the professional literature on soil mixing. When I say soil mixing, that is bringing all the three components that he has mentioned here together. The subject matter is timely and likely to have significant benefits to our interest here, because it has answered some of our questions about running a partnership or standing alone in our name as professionals. Background information is also adequately covered and referenced. Same, the paper is well organized and the materials were clearly presented. Figures and tables that he presented are suitable and of quality and clarity, and as thus enhance our understanding of the information being presented. Conclusions follow logically from the text and are supported by the information presented. Use of references, symbols, and units is consistent throughout the paper. I mean, his quoting of various sections of the law were very exact, and there's no doubt that even if he's not a lawyer, he has made a lawyer out of this himself. The material is not presented for commercial or private advantage and is free from advertising, speculation, or statements advocating special interest. In other words, our speaker this afternoon has acted with the interest of the majority and not with personal interest. The major substantive amendments are highlighted below in comparison with the old provision of CAMA. IT. This thing is failing. Okay. Are you controlling it from your end? Okay, so we move to the review proper. In the review of the paper, the speaker has rightly pointed out that the current minimum capital stipulated by National Insurance Commission rule is 5 million, with an indication that same may be increased to 100 million because of Section 3943 of the CAMA 2020, which provides that a small company shall be described or fixed as a private company by the Commission from time to time, whose turnover is not more than 120 million and whose net assets value is not more than 60 million. The import is that it will hugely reduce the expected scope of liberalization that is available to practitioners. 2, additionally, it is expected that the speaker will have pointed out exemption from audit requirements, where it provides that every company without qualification was required under the Repaid Act to appoint an auditor or auditors as its AGM to audit the financial records of the company. Section 402 of the new CAMA, however, exempts small companies and companies that have not carried out business since incorporation, other than an insurance company or a bank or any other company as may be prescribed by CAC, from the requirements of the law relating to the audit account in respect of a financial year. What this means is that the use of auditor will continue as usual, regardless of whether you are just starting up or not. The newcomer in perspective. Here, the speaker has provided an overview of the newcomer as it borders on a company's formation, widening the scope of business entities, management of legal entities, and relaxation of compliances legislation in 3 decades that has been hanging there, and introduces new provisions that promotes the ease of doing business whilst reducing regulatory hurdles, and also bringing the provisions in tangent with the technological realities of the 21st century. This is expected to ultimately promote investment, create more jobs, and promote friendly business climates. The pre-incorporation matters. I've tried to divide the analysis into various headings. Let us look at what he said about pre-incorporation matters. According to the speaker, with section 18.2, it is now possible to form a private company with only one shareholder. According to him, it is no longer necessary to have a dormant partner or a passive member. And an entrepreneur can simply go ahead and form a company, just like you have with Rotimi Edu & Co., a firm of lawyers, or you have Onigbogi & Co., a firm of accountants. That is, you can trade in your name and you just go ahead and register your business without any hitch. For me, this is good news for growing startups and young entrepreneurs because it has totally resolved business registration bottleneck. A lot of businesses have been forced into unnecessary partnership because prior to the newcomer, to legally own a business in Nigeria, you need to provide at least 2 or more people as co-owners of the business. The amendments will enable entrepreneurs to exercise absolute control and authority over the operation and management of the business. Again, you agree that he pointed out in section 27.2a that authorized share capital is now replaced with minimum share capital. Unlike the old KAMA, which provides for authorized share capital, now there is a minimum. To him, as long as the minimum issue is 100,000 for private company and for individuals, and 2 million for public companies, the burden of paying stamp duty in excess of shares allotted at the time of incorporation does not arise. That is, all you need to do is to pay that minimum and you are free from the burden of, stamp duty payments. My thought is that in the repealed act, the authorized share capital requirement was no less than 10,000 for private companies and not less than 500,000 for public companies. KAMA 2020 has increased the minimum issued to 100,000 in the case of a private company and 2 million in the case of a public company. And this has opened it up that whichever way you go, you have to now pay for your stamp duty because the room to pay, to just, put in what you can afford. Some people start their company with 1 naira, with 2 naira. That will no longer be easy to do if you're not running it as a private, as the old KAMA. In relation to the minimum contribution of members of a company limited by guarantee, it is now a minimum of 100,000 as opposed to 10,000 naira that used to hold under the old repealed act. This implies that the promoters of a business is not required to pay for or allocate shares that are not needed at the specific time of incorporation. That is, going by the minimum share capital structure. You don't have to pay for what you have not allotted. Now, a notable part of his conclusion is Section 98, which relates to the common seal. By virtue of the section, it is no longer mandatory for a company to have a company seal, and companies now have the sole discretion to choose whether or not to have one, that is, whether to have a seal or not. But like he rightly said, how will it feel if you have a company, if you have something to seal, even if you don't want to seal, if from whoever you are dealing with, a seal is requested? And this, you will agree, makes authentication of documents very, very difficult. The world also is going digital, and then you can ask yourself, who needs to seal? But the safety of a seal cannot be overemphasized, because for me as a lawyer, it authenticates whatever documents you are sending out. Even now, a practicing lawyer will also have his own seal, apart from, whatever, not those red seal now, and not the stamp seal. We also have our professional seal that we must put on every document that is signed by you or your firm. Now, the newcomer provides a share certificate now, and it can be issued under the company seal, where the company has a common seal, or it can just be signed as a deed by the company. And when you're executing it as a deed by the company, all you need to do is to state the name of the company, state the rank or whoever is signing that deed, and then it becomes a legal document. The speaker also included this important angle regarding limited liability partnership with combined flexibilities in the area of taxation for the partners of the company. We had him right that now, under the newcomer, all that happens is that you pay your taxes on individual basis. The company committed to paying tax on your behalf. The partners will, tax clearance or tax payment will suffice for the existence of the company. The thoughts, my own thoughts are that the new provision develops our legal framework in line with that of other jurisdictions, such as UK and the United States under the repealed acts. Partnerships were not considered a body corporate with separate legal entity. Thus, the liability of such partnership were not recognized under Nigerian law. However, this CAMA 2020 rectifies this by including extensive provisions governing and regulating the limited liability partnerships. And this is a good development because each partner is individually and solely responsible for his involvement in that company. This implies that startups are not stuck with the option of setting up a company, yes, but also enjoys the benefit of partnership, which a partnership agreement, that is, you can have so many forms of partnership agreements, vesting agreements, and founders agreements that will subsist beyond the regular articles and memorandum of association that we always prepare before. Rather than doing a memorandum of association now, a partnership agreement will suffice for your company to start running, and it still protects the personal assets from being sold in claims for debts, liability, and recovery from the debtors. Now, the second part of it is the company's management and control, which you also mentioned in section 119. I have taken time to look at it, and I have added section 120 because 119 cannot go in isolation. You also have to read it along with 120 of the new act. And this brings to mind the speaker where he emphasized not only the place of transparency in companies, but also the new percentage holding, which is reduced from 5 to 10% in the new law. What this section emphasizes is transparency in terms of a company. And you have to come out to declare that even if you buy shares through proxies, what it means is that those proxies too have to come out. And when they do that, it also unveils you as the owners of those shares. And so transparency is brought into the composition of the structure of that company. We have witnessed so many share arrangements where some MDs would buy proxies through other means, and before you know it, the company is now owned. They now own majority shares in that company, and they take over the company totally. But that cannot happen now under the new CAMA. Section 237 and 240 states that a small or single-member private company needs not hold an annual general meeting. Yes, that is very clear, because unless you just want to sit down and be talking to yourself, there is no need for AGM with small companies, and companies having a single shareholders are not also mandated to have the AGM. And further to this, Section 240 of the new CAMA of private companies are now permitted to hold general meetings virtually. Yes, the issue of holding general meeting virtually, well, to Nigeria now, I think the jurisdiction may permit it, but there are some other jurisdiction that does not allow for it. That once a company is domiciled in a particular area or a particular location, you cannot hold your AGM after that place. But it has been the practice of Nigerians before. They even go to London to hold AGMs. They go to London to hold board meetings or other part of the world. But with this new CAMA now, it has only strengthened that position of the old law. The Speaker shows Section 256, which says that chairman of a public company shall not also act as its chief executive. That is, the chairman cannot be the CEO. And I think that is already being entrenched in our own institution as a broken concern, because, you know, we don't also want money bags, excuse me, we don't want money bags to come and take over the practice of insurance broking. And even when you want to do that, you also must be qualified to be a CEO. You must be chartered by the Insurance Institute. Our guest speaker has included in the paper Section 275, that stipulates that every public company must now have at least 3 independent directors. Now, just before that, let me say my thoughts on the Section 256. The separation of those 2 roles is in line with international best practice, and the Nigerian Code of Corporate Governance also recognizes that fact, that you cannot be the chairman and also be the CEO. Now, with respect to Section 275, which stipulates that every public company must now have at least 3 independent directors, my thoughts are that currently the SEC, that is the Security and Exchange Commission Code of Corporate Governance for public companies, and the Nigerian Code of Corporate Governance provides that companies should have a minimum of 1 independent director. The provision of CAMA 2020 creates a higher threshold for this requirement, and companies will be mandated to meet the higher requirements of 3 independent directors, regardless of the requirements of the SEC rules and the NCCJ. What this means is that there will be a minimum of 3 directors now in the new act that, you know, recognizes the CAMA 2020 more than what the SEC Code of Conduct or Code of Corporate Governance provides. And in this respect, the definition of an independent director now comes to play, that he must also be read in tandem with the rules of the Nigerian Code of Corporate Governance, which provides even more stringent criteria that must be met in order to attain best corporate governance. Anyway, I'll just take it from my end here. According to the Speaker, in section 281, it reduces the issue of shadow directors in a company. My thoughts as regards this is that the previous act under section 281 did not give a maximum number of multiple directorship. It accommodated multiple directorship. There is no limit. You could have as many directors as you want, as long as this does not derogate from the fiduciary responsibility or duties of each of the company. The new act specifically states that a director shall not be a director of more than 5 public companies. That is the new law now. If anybody holds a position of director in more than 5 public companies, he has to shelve or relinquish rather his directorship of those companies and can only remain with 5. And this shall be known at the annual general meeting after the expiration of 2 years that he has interest in more than 5 companies. This can be seen in subsection 2 and 3 of this section, that is section 281. The speaker also did well to point out section 330, and I remember he was stressing on that, which says that small companies are exempted from the appointment of company secretary. According to him, the important point to note here is that it is not every private company that is small. So there should be no condition that private companies shall not appoint a company secretary. And I think this is reasonable because who does all your filing? Who does all the correspondences? Who does all the, who even monitors the government's regulations and requirements as per running of your company? Not to have a company secretary may become disastrous to the existence of that company. My thoughts under the repeal that every company was mandatorily required to have a secretary. However, by virtue of this section 330, the appointment of a company secretary is not mandatory now, but optional for small companies. So if you think you can manage without a company secretary, maybe you'll be using your office typist and yourself to do the combination of the job of a company secretary. It may suit your progress or diminish your success in that business. While the purpose of this amendment is undoubtedly to reduce costs and boost the ease of doing business in Nigeria, it is important to strategically select a reputable firm for the provision of company secretarial services. That is, you can outsource such duty if the primary aim of not having a company secretary is that you are looking at saving costs. And if you do this, you outsource it and you can still get the benefits of, having all the services that a company secretary would have provided for you if you employ one. Under section 402, the speaker argues that appointment of auditors are not mandatory for small companies. And this is quite debatable because I wonder whether or not this will serve any good purpose in governance and in preparing small companies for growth. When you don't audit your accounts, when you can't say this is the position that your company is, when you cannot estimate your success and compare it with the last year and, maybe 3 years consecutively. And I'm sure that the law has not taken good cognizance of our own practice as brokers, because you will find out that when you don't have an audited account, to bid for some businesses becomes very difficult. And even when we say that lawyers and accountants don't bid for jobs, it is because it has been an old traditional practice. But for us as brokers, we still know that we have to bid, unless probably when we are bidding, the issue of our accounts, our financials will not be considered. And I think this can be done once we have the right professional indemnity cover. We can say that we can bid for some other big businesses. But I know that as we flog this newcomer law, a lot of issues are going to be coming up that may either hinder our practice or allow us to practice freely. My thoughts on this, again, is that without qualification, Every company was required under the Repeal Act to appoint an auditor or auditors as its AGM to audit the financial record of the company. However, this section exempts small companies and companies that have not carried out business since incorporation other than insurance companies or banks, as may be prescribed by the CAC, from the requirements of the law relating to the Office of Accounts in respect of a financial year. Now, the third aspect of my analysis has to do with with compliance matters. And in the presentation, the speaker shows that section 222(12) states that the fee payable to the Corporate Affairs Commission for the registration of charges has been reduced to 0.35%. This provision introduces a significant reduction in the fees payable for the registration of charges, as same previously cost 10,000 for every 1 million or part thereof for private companies and 20,000 for every 1 million or part thereof for public companies. Further to this section is section 223, which now imposes an obligation on the commission to enter in the register of charges a notice indicating the existence of any provision in a floating charge that prohibits or restricts the company from granting any further charge ranking in priority or pari passu to the floating charge. Now you can see the difference in these charges, that now that the provision has reduced significantly the fee payable for registration of charges. It has enabled small companies to survive or not being stiffened out or trying to avoid, registration or, declaring the fee payable for it at any point in time. So this is a very good development for us, most especially as small business practitioners. In the words of the speaker, in the latter part of this heading, he stated that generally speaking, the compliance regime under the new and the old law remains practically same, with liberties granted in many areas, especially for small private companies. I feel in a bid to promote investment, create more jobs, and boost investors' confidence, the CAMA 2020 is more regulatory friendly. That is, I'm not sharing that opinion that generally speaking, the compliance under this new law and the old are the same. They are not. This new law creates more jobs and boosts investors' confidence, because you find out that some people want to register businesses because of the requirements of the old law. They are not able to do so. But with this new law that has brought in the ease of doing business, you find out that a lot of people will now have that confidence to go ahead and also start their own businesses. And this minimizes the compliance. This also minimizes the compliance obligation of small and medium-scale enterprises. And all these are expected to ameliorate the economy and increase the gross domestic product. In conclusion, the provision are a good step in the right direction. That is, if we look at all the provisions of this new law. But in some other entities, they are not as so good, because if we look, for instance, at what is happening in the religious circle, that is when this law makes provision that a church can have its directors or the owners removed after 10 years, it becomes a little bit more funny, because that law did not go further to say who can replace those that are removed. So if the church is very rich, then the operators of the law can bring Alhaji Adegbero to come and run the affairs of the church, because it wasn't mentioned there, who can take over. Unlike in our own business, for instance, if there is going to be a change in directorship or there is going to be a takeover from National Insurance Commission, it is stipulated in there that a professional must be the one to replace. So that's about religion. In some other areas of this law too, as it affects some other practice, like in the areas where you have to choose trustees, it also has some lacuna and gaps there, but those are not the subject of discussion for this afternoon. Now, what it means now is that, and then the issue of virtual meetings, which is very relevant in the light of this COVID pandemic, is also a good one. But I tell you that various decisions have been taken in various places. When you hold virtual meetings, it may hold, under the law in some instances. But if I bring in the little experience that I've gotten in arbitration may need you to go to the locus inco before you can actually meet and take a decision. So the issue of virtual meetings may not work at all times, that you need to hold your company's directions or whatever you want to do. And the introduction of limited liability partnership businesses and the possibility of companies having single shareholders may also have far-reaching implications for the business climates in Nigeria. If this is allowed, it will expand the market. It will also give people a lot of opportunity. It is worthy of note that CAMA has brought in its wake modern changes to reflect the current economic and global best practice in today's world, as well as more improved means of doing business in Nigeria. It will now remain to be seen how the CAC and the business community will proceed to implement most of the provisions of this CAMA 2020. Like I said, there is a lot of shortcomings there that we can address in future. In fact, there is also comparison that can be made between the two laws and the shortcomings that we have in them. But time will not permit me to do all that. I thank you very much for listening. God bless you all. Thank you, sir.
Well, thank you very much, Barrister Rotimi Edu, the Deputy President, and our big Egbon. I think with the combination of the paper presenter himself and the review of the paper, I don't think you need anything else to know about CAMA 2020. So my own is just to, I cannot say anything again other than to say a very big thank you to our brother. The appropriate vote of thanks will come, but I think I need to really appreciate you for giving us, taking your time to do this for us. And also my brother, Barrister Edu. As a lawyer, I think his digestion of the paper appears to be, he has captured everything the man said and even added more. So we thank you very much. I think at this stage is a question and answer session, which I think the time has actually been well spent. If we have online questions, can we just have them and make it very, very brief so that we can round up this session? Doctor? Well, we don't have anyone online. Do we have anybody within the audience here that has not been able to capture what the paper presenter presented and what the reviewer did? Or there's any area that we think we want further clarification? The only one I want to just put across to our paper presenter is this. It appears as if there's a conflict between what NCRIB law is, NICOM, and then the CAMA. Because you mentioned the area of the request, the possibility of having 100 million naira as paid up capital for insurance brokers. I think this has not actually been something that has been accepted or have been implemented. It was a proposal by NICOM, and the insurance brokers were actually broken into different classes. So when you are talking of asking for 100 million naira as paid up capital, it's not for everybody. And I think there's a provision for small, medium, and big one. And I want to inform that as I speak today, I'm not sure there's any of insurance broker that is publicly quoted. None. We are all still private companies, meaning that the money we own or we get, we are still trying to put in our several pockets. So thank you very much. So question from the audience? Or comments, please. You have a question? Well, I think somebody is online on Mr. Kolawole. Can you put him on, please? Please, Mr. Kolawole, can you put or mute yourself so that we can hear you? Well, I think, Kabies is almost online, so maybe we have to break that protocol now.
Kabies, His Imperial Majesty, the Ooni of Ife, the Ojaja II. Thank you very much, sir. We know that this conference has just started, because any time that His Royal Majesty gets to an event, that is exactly the time of the gods. So we are just starting. Kabiyesi, you may wish to open this conference for us just under a few minutes. Your Imperial Majesty will need your royal blessing as well as words of encouragement. Over to you, sir.
I greet you all with the spirit of the good things you have been doing as a body in whom I'm very well placed with, the professional body that gives me that honor all the time. I remember when I came around during the investiture of the powerful, energetic, focus-driven, amiable, down-to-earth, beautiful president of our body. You cannot count me out. I'm part of the body. Anytime I hear from her, I'm always very happy and very pleased with all the great things Dr. Onibogi is doing for getting lives better for each and every body, either in the corporate world or in the private sector, and also as individuals. We know the role insurance plays in the mainstay of any economy. It's all about reliability. It's all about giving comfort. It's all about having it at the back of your mind that just go ahead. Whatever it is, you are covered. So on behalf of the entire House of Oduduwa, I thank you all that I'm very covered. Please give a resounding round of applause for our body, our professional body, for giving a fantastic coverage for their king. I still have your portrait that you gave to me when you came to the palace. It's one of the most beautiful portraits I've ever gotten. I can prove it to you, and I will prove it to you. I will go and show you. I'm not at that section now, but I will go to that section just for you to show you all that every day, anytime I look at that portrait, I remember our body. On this note, I want to thank you for always giving me that cover. I want to pray for you once again and pray for the conference that God Almighty and the spirit of our ancestors will continue to guide and protect you and bless all the works of your hand, put you through in everything you do, guide you in every step you make, cover you all in all your obligations. Thank you once again, and thank you for all the great things you're doing. Please be very focused. Don't let COVID-19 pandemic distract you. Use it as a basis to learn, re-strategize, and see how to serve the people better. See how to serve their country better in the area of quality, affordable, and just-in-time insurance coverage. I like the topic of the conference. The topic of the conference that has to do with all the road users. I know you will definitely take it to another level. On this note, I want to apologize again. On the average, I meet like about 1,000 to 2,000 people, and I have very different pockets of issues that I have to resolve within the confines of the palace and our country at large. We all know what is going on in the country right now. I've been back and forth trying to appeal to the youth for them to calm down, for them to calm down, and for them to calm down. And also to pray for our country to be better for each and every one of us. On this note, I want to thank you so very much. God bless you, and God bless all the works of your hand. And as you have honored me, the conference is hereby declared opened again. Thank you.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, we are very proud of you. Can you unmute me? Can you? There's Imperial Majesty, a specimen of class, a specimen of panache. Omot Kabiyesi is not talking. Kabiyesi is listening. Our Kabiyesi, sir, I'm sure that ordinarily, if I have to obey your presence, I should be prostrating. But virtually, I have to stand up to do that. Yes, you can see. Okay, Kabiyesi, we are watching you as you go. Kabiyesi.
Yes, yeah. Wow, wow, wow. This is lovely. Lovely, lovely. Lovely. Yeah, that's a brand ambassador. Wow, 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 wow. Wow, wow. Thank you. Celebrate yourself. We are most proud. I think this is one of the proudest moments of our council. You have sort of displayed in the most conspicuous way our brand, which you probably identify with. It is no one coming from us to you. Thank you, Kabiyesi. Can everybody turn down again? Yes, yeah. Thank you, our Kabiyesi of class, our Kabiyesi, who is a specimen of everything that is good, very gorgeous, possessing oratorical excellence, highly cosmopolitan Kabiyesi. We celebrate you, sir, and may your days be long on the throne of your fathers. Thank you, Kabiyesi. Everybody call us again. Kabiyesi. Thank you very much, sir. Kabiyesi. God bless you. Yes, this is a good brother, okay? Very lovely. Thank you. We're very proud of him.
Well, I don't know whether to continue. Because when the Kabiyesi has spoken, what are we to add again? We thank God Almighty. So I think we just have a question. The conference has just started, yes. And we are starting with a question from one of the members in the audience. The question to our brother here is the 100 million share capital, what is the NCRIB and NICOM position on it? I'm not sure this question should be for him, actually. I think that should be for the deputy president, but I'm not even aware that the 100 million naira has actually been, so it has stopped. So I think that's the position. No, it's not nothing yet has happened about it. So I think we should just leave it. That's the answer. So any other question from the audience? Yes, please. Introduce yourself.
Okay, Jide Dagundu is my name, NBC Insurance Brokers. Something is still not clear. From the presentation the speaker made, he said that you can have a company that is just one director. Would that still be a limited liability company? Because from the former one, you can have an enterprise, a limited liability company, a PLC. Now, which one will you be now to just have one director? Is it an enterprise or a limited liability company or what? Because there are so many things in this KAMA law that I've tried to go through it because it is too voluminous. When you read this side, by the time you are getting to another side, you get confused, and I'm not a lawyer. So some of these things are very, very not clear.
Thank you very much. In the old section 282, there's a requirement that every company shall have a minimum of two directors. Two directors, right? And it was cumbersome. People just go around looking for somebody. Just be on my board. The real owner of the business knows what he is to do. So that has created a lot of issues. And in each of these issues, the CAC is carried along. Do you understand? So as a way of making sure all of this are raised, if you have your vision, your company, that can be one director company. That's what the law is into. An enterprise is different. It's not a company. A limited liability company having one shareholder, one director. Yeah.
Can we have another mic for him? Yeah. Okay. Don't worry. I'll help.
Thank you very much, sir. Please, my Mr. Paper presenter, sir. observed where you talked about the one director as contained in the new KAMA Act. But the problem I think the federal government is trying to solve is the fact that we know quite well that most organizations really, especially this small limited liability, are owned by either one man or just a family business. So I think they want to eliminate that idea of me having one company, then start to import people that are not relevant to that organization just to make up. I think I want to believe that's really the golden rule behind that particular activity. Then you complain about the issue of company secretary not provided for in such an arrangement. I want to believe also that we can have shared services. We can actually hire some of these things out. And it is because, in my own view, the government don't feel like overburdening such a company by actually making provision for company secretary. Fine, your job as a company secretary is protected. Because even if I want to seal any activity, as either NCRIB in our usual way can actually have a section where companies with only one director can come and share service, and maybe we pay or the council pays for it. Or we contract them out. You understand? So because that was the fear you raised in that particular paper when you got to that point. That's why I just want to, through this slide, to confirm that I don't really think it's a problem. Okay? You can still get those activities done without being mentioned in the KAMA Act. Thank you very much.
That's a comment, not a question. Thank you. Anybody have for another question? Or not? Yes. Okay. Thank you.
Yes, with due respect, sir, I also mentioned that the nomenclature may change. What has to be done will still have to be done. So whether you are 10 companies, you are sharing one company secretary, it is okay, as long as what needs to be done. My concern was that if you say don't appoint company secretary, if you take it just like that, this same company will be penalized or even struck out in the near future for not complying with what secretary ought to have done. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I think I will give 2 more questions, one from this side and one from this side. Yes. So we have one more online. That will be the second one. So, my son, Abbas Drodala.
Thank you, Daddy. My question to the paper presenter, please, sir. I mean, listening to your presentation, you seem to, you continue to mention about small companies, private companies, intermittently. And I think you also feel, that's just my thought, that we as professionals, we should not feel small, and we should not even be thinking private, because of your thought that there is likelihood that the share capital of the practitioners may be raised in future. But as at present, most of our members have companies that are on share capital of 5 million naira. By the new amendment to KAMA, do you still feel that at 5 million naira, we should not feel to be small, so that we will not be able to enjoy some benefits that are available to small companies or some private companies? Or I don't know what your thinking is about our industry. Thank you.
That question, yes.
You see, that provision is prescriptive. If you are a small company, this is what you have in terms of turnover, in terms of assets, and so on. I was then saying that if you look in the structure of insurance brokers, how many of you still operate within that cycle of a capital not more than X or Y? Many of you operate above 5 million in terms of net assets. Am I communicating? So from the start, you already went a step ahead of the provision for a small company. All the privileges and liberties available for private and single member company no longer are available. So I was saying that to now show the fact that your own operation should be organized in such a way for positioning as a medium stroke large company. you know, when they say small companies shouldn't hold AGM, I said, look, you must first of all be a small company. But from the way I see you and a little bit of research I conducted, not many of you can still be called small statutorily. Do you understand? So that was the point I was trying to make.
Thank you very much. I think we are gradually getting to the end of this session. And as the moderator, I think I've decided on behalf of everybody here that the last question has been answered, and we are going to have the last comments. As Yoruba will say that, so that is to say, a masquerade that comes out and entertain people for a very short while, you will continue to desire such a masquerade. But when the masquerade continues to entertain, you get a time you get bored. So next time you will not want him to come. So I think we have done very well today. Ladies and gentlemen, we have a comment from, can you open it? Yes. Yeah. So the comments, I will just read it to you. I think it was referring to my comment about the categorization. He said, from Mr. Ahmadin Egniarua, the allusion by the moderator to the proposed categorization of insurance brokers recall at a previous mega conference. In my opinion, insurance and reinsurance broking is a professional calling. Therefore, like lawyers, accountants, and so on, it is disingenuous for us to be railroaded into having different categories. Our founding fathers, such as T.A. Braithwaite, J.K. Akingeorge, Femi Johnson, H. Clarkson Edu, practice with their natural names and in partnership. We should be allowed legally to practice in our natural names and partnership. Provisions in the recent Kama, Ahmadin Egniarua, Icons Insurance Broker. So at this junction, ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much. And I think I will just stop here. But for the road, Mode Moge, Ìpè ìpéjúlá la fìlà mọ́. Tó bá ti kọjá ẹbẹ̀, bàbá ṣe ò sí nǹkan lóko. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen.
Thank you very much for always adding to. Thank you very much for always adding to our knowledge of Yoruba mythologies and Ifa and so on. Well, ladies and gentlemen, a young man approached his uncle and said that I want to study medicine. And the uncle said, tomorrow when you come in, just come with what you scored in your WAEC. So the second day, he got back to his uncle, and he handed over his WAEC result to his uncle. The uncle actually had an expectation that he would have had A's in all the core sciences, biology, paramount, and so on. But to the shock of the uncle, he saw that the young man scored credits in 2 subjects. One is in Yoruba language, and the other is in Agric language. Agric. So the man said, how would you study medicine when you have a credit in just Yoruba language and Agric science? So the young man developed confidence to tell the uncle that if there is anybody that is fit to study medicine, I think I am one. Because all I need is the knowledge to go into the bush, to cut the leaves, which agricultural science has given me, and the knowledge to call the invisible gods upon the leaves, so that it becomes a solution to human problems. So, ladies and gentlemen, the guy had 2 credits, and I think in our reckoning and in African reckoning, he should have been qualified as a medical practitioner. You call him Babalawo, problem. So I can say that Mr. Saeed Adeomo, anytime we listen to him, you start wondering how he comes up with all these very, very rich Yoruba language and mythology, showing that he has actually interacted and romanced with the Agbalagbas, which I also recommend to us. I'm only looking for a time that we'll come up with a book on the depth, mythology, etymology of the Yoruba language within the context of insurance. So, please, can we give it to you? Thank you very much, sir. So, on that note, we like to appreciate them. But please, before we appreciate them, the president, because today we are scoring a very big point in line with your strategic engagement initiative. It's very, very clear. The Ooni of Ife has just spoken to us, which is the first in the annals of this council. And then we also have the adornment of traffic ambassadors in Lagos. And that's very, very strategic, reaching the unreached, which is one of our campaign desires. I've been told that even though you've called his name earlier, but he was struggling to be here. And it's very, very strategic that he's here because he's the director, Lagos, the entire Lagos operations of the Federal Radio Corporation of Nigeria, overseeing Bond FM, Metro FM 97.7, and Radio 1, the pioneer radio station in Nigeria, 103.5. He is Baba Estefanos. Please come over, sir. Come over. Our president would like to especially present this insurance certificate to you with the hope that you will also be one of our ambassadors in the media, not just in traffic. Thank you, sir. So please, you can come over here. Can I invite the Deputy President to please join? Ma?
Okay. You are welcome. And we appreciate your coming this afternoon, despite your very tight schedule. We appreciate you. And I present to you your certificates of group life assurance. When you go through it, you will see the benefits. Thank you very much. And this is your reflective jacket from NCRIB. And this is...
No, in between. We'll take the lady,
This is a flag presented to you as evidence that you are NCRIB ambassador. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Well done.
God bless you. Thank you, President. Okay.
Okay.
Briefly, you like to respond?
I'd like to thank you very much for this presentation. I'd like to thank everybody here. Just like the MC has rightly said, the acting DLO, and since I assumed that office, this is the first presentation that I'm having. And when I got the call, I said, look, I pleaded with people in my office that I have to honor this call. I'd like to thank you very much. And I'm taking the message back to the office for both the stations. I will call a staff conference and see how we can also educate them on this. Thank you very much.
Thank you. God bless you.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. We appreciate you indeed. We like to appreciate the president. We would like to appreciate. Please, our guests, we implore you to please stay around for lunch. We like to appreciate our paper presenter who has done us very proud. We appreciate you, sir. The president.
We really appreciate you for a well-researched and well-presented paper dissecting karma. We appreciate you. Thank you very much.
And for the paper moderator, where is Mr. Eduzo?
For the paper moderator by one of our own. We thank you, we appreciate you because you are always there for us. Anytime we call on you, you are with us. And thank you for a job well done. Thank you.
And for our paper reviewer, we must not take you for granted. Our deputy president, though it is your show, but then we must also appreciate you for going extra mile.
Our own deputy president, Barrister Rotimi Edu Emenai. We appreciate you. Well done. Thank you.
Thank you very much. God bless you. Thank you. We may be seated briefly. Thank you. Please, a round of applause for the president. Please, we may be seated briefly. Whilst we were trying to give platforms to insurance companies to support us, it's my delight that Tangerine Life opted to give support to this very great conference. And as a major supporter, because as we speak, we equally have exhibitors. Tangerine is one. Law Union and Rock is the other. Sovereign Trust is another. And Sunu has consistently been exhibiting, demonstrating good friendship to us. Please, is the MD or the representative of Tangerine Life here? We just would like you to greet us, which is actually a signification of your relationship with us. Yes, a round of applause for you. Thank you very much, sir.
The Council President, Ma. Please permit me to stand on the existing protocol. My name is Ade Nkafalade. I'm the head of sales for Tangerine Life. I bring you good words from the board, the entire management and staff of Tangerine. We congratulate you on a successful AGM, conference and exhibition, 3-1. We are proud to partner with the council. We're happy, we're excited that this is happening. Irrespective of COVID, the industry has been seen as being backward, but we're happy at what is happening today. We want to thank you for your support over the years through our various name change from HES through UBA Metropolitan, United Metropolitan, and finally, Tangerine Life. A brand that is easy to identify with, a simple brand that has a lot of meaning. A stronger company has emerged with Tangerine. Tangerine Life, yes. We thank you for the support over the years. We thank all the members of the council. And we'll spend this opportunity to let you know that we are fully recapitalized now, above the NICOM new threshold. Thank you very much. And of course, the shareholders expect better returns. And this can only happen with this partnership. So we're ready to do more, and we look forward to better relationship as we enter the renewal and new business season. So thank you very much. Thank you so much. And thank you so much.
Thank you very much. A better round of applause. On this note, ladies and gentlemen, I would like to inform us that we have already steered the media and we are going to get the results positively. So today, I have an assurance of Bond FM that the program will be on live on the news from 7 o'clock today. And most importantly, the flagship program, Bond FM 92.9, anchored by www.ijobaworldwide.com, will be on tomorrow morning at 7:15. So please just endeavor to listen, and the taste of the pudding is in the eating. I'm happy I still remember that. On this note, ladies and gentlemen, we'd like to draw the curtains by asking the chairman of the Events Organizing Committee, Mr. Babatunde Oguntade, to briefly appreciate all of us, bearing in mind that our exhibitors are there. Even though virtually we have given some visual compliments to their presence, but you could also physically visit them and also wait for lunch. Our lunch is about being served. Thank you. Mr. Babatunde Oguntade, please.
Thank you, our hardworking Deputy Executive Secretary, whom Master of Ceremony, my President, we thank you for giving the great opportunity to organize this laudable event. My Deputy President, I salute you, sir. You know I'm under training. I'm loyal, sir. Our distinguished past president, my mother, mother in Israel, barrister, past president, Olaide Oparagu Oshijo, FCDA, FCIB, you want to know why you're here. I want to thank the members of the EOC for tolerating me, despite my excesses. I want to thank the members of the board here present. I want to thank all our committee chairmen who are conscripted into the NIC this year. I want to thank my friend, Mazi Shidioke Jinwafo, for keeping faith with us and staying with us. I want to appreciate on TV for their coverage. I want to appreciate the leadership of Bond FM, particularly Mr. Stephanos Baba, the Acting Director of Lagos Zonal Office, for his presence. I want to appreciate the CFI. I want to appreciate the chairman of the House Committee on Insurance and Interior Matters, as well as his Senate counterpart. I want to appreciate the Aroni Odua, Kabasio, Adiapele Baba, Ashiapelenu, Olori Asise Ibidojo Ale, Etubo Pefunwa. I want to appreciate our past president and members who are on the loop for the patience that they have exhibited. This is another woman in office. When Barrister Shijo was the president, this beautiful edifice came to life. Women are doing wonders, Abi. And there's a common denominator behind both of them. Balogun Obirin, Rotimi Edu. Please give him some round of applause. We appreciate you, sir. We have opened a new vista. We want to continue the trajectory with strategic engagement. And we hope that we continue to have your support. The Secretariat, for providing the necessary logistics, I salute you. I know some of you were here till about 12 midnight, and we all got here around 6 a.m. It's been wonderful working with you. And this whole year, your support this whole year has been very tremendous. God bless you. Thank you, everybody. See you next time.
Thank you very much. We've come to the end of the conference. By the grace of God, your lunch is ready, so you may just come for lunch. We assure you that all the papers will get your emails. Please, all our guests, kindly take your meal before you go. Thank you to our media team. They've been fantastic, very, very proficient. Jirai Media, ladies and gentlemen, these guys are awesome. You can see there is no break in transmission whatsoever. I give it to them. Jirai Media, you contact them in front of you having to be engaged for a virtual meeting of this nature. Thank you, Jirai Media. Board members, please, your meal is in the committee room. In the committee room. Thank you.